Chapter 1886. Xiao Chen had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 3 months. Now that his cultivation and strength had soared, it was indeed time for him to go out and take a look. He also needed to know the latest news from the Heaven Dragon Palace. Whoosh! 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 After putting away the throne, Xiao Chen moved around Cold Moon Cave a few times before arriving at the front yard. A huge scarlet cocoon, radiating a terrifying demonic nature, floated quietly in the air in the front yard. This silly bird. I already came out of closed-door cultivation, and it is still consuming the beast blood pill. Could it be that its harvest is greater than mine? Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he rubbed his chin. After some thought, he realized that this might be possible. The demon blood vulture's bloodline had already mutated. If the demon blood vulture's bloodline power was triggered by the energy contained in that mysterious beast blood vulture's bloodline, its improvement would be unimaginable. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen placed the scarlet cocoon in the spirit beast pouch, which he used to store demonic pets. Normally, this demon blood vulture could turn into a scarlet ring, which was much more convenient to wear than the spirit beast pouch. Xiao Chen normally did not need the spirit beast pouch, but he had to use it today. The moment Xiao Chen left the courtyard, he discovered an inner palace disciple not far from the entrance, feeling strange. This inner palace disciple sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating his cultivation technique. With one look, it was clear that he had been here for a long time. "What are you doing?" That inner palace disciple opened his eyes. When he saw Xiao Chen, he quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Senior Brother Xiao, I am here on orders from the Mission Hall's administrator to inform Senior Brother. Inner palace disciples and core disciples need to do 3 missions every month. If they do not do them for now, they can accumulate until next month. However, the number will increase." So that is the case. Xiao Chen now understood. Every sect had missions. Xiao Chen raised his head and interrupted the other party. "How long have you been here?" "I came 2 months ago. However, no one listened to my voice projection, so I waited here." The administrator instructed that if Senior Brother did not respond, he should be in closed-door cultivation. He instructed me not to disturb him and to stand guard. The disciples who enter the Heaven Dragon Palace for the first time always enter closed-door cultivation for a long time. After that, everything will be normal. The deacon has specifically instructed us not to disturb and disrupt Senior Brother's cultivation. The man had been waiting here for nearly 3 months, but he didn't have any complaints. He explained to Xiao Chen seriously. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. "Thank you. How many missions have I accumulated?" "You are too polite. Senior Brother Xiao, you have accumulated a total of 10 missions. According to the rules of the sect, it had to be completed within a month. Otherwise, you'll be punished because you haven't accepted any missions for 3 months. Understood? You can leave now." "Yes." Xiao Chen thought to himself. With his current cultivation, 10 missions should be enough to be completed within a month. There should be a reward for completing the mission. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen was still worrying about advancing to late-stage Star Venerate. As for how to obtain the huge amount of resources he needed, the way of missions was a very good method. Many of the missions in the Heaven Dragon Palace came from the Dragon's Gate's inner sect, which was Ancestor Dragon City. This trial was extremely difficult, but the rewards were equally bountiful. One could obtain a large number of primeval heavenly pills. Primeval heavenly pills. Primeval heavenly pills. Right now, Xiao Chen greatly desired these primeval heavenly pills. He needed primeval heavenly pills to buy things. Cultivating his cultivation technique required these primeval heavenly pills as well. The little bit of wealth he had was not enough. He did not know how many primeval heavenly pills he would need to accumulate when he reached late-stage Star Venerate. After a while, Xiao Chen took out his core disciple identity token and infused some soul energy into it. Then, A map to the mission hall immediately appeared in his mind. As Xiaoqin flew, he moved very fast. After a while, the mountain peak where the mission hall was already in sight. Many disciples came down from the mountain. People came and went at this mountain peak, making it exceptionally bustling. Although the sect required disciples to complete 3 missions every month, in reality, many disciples completed more than 3 missions. This was because the primeval heavenly pills that the sect gave out were not enough in the first place. Xiaoqin needed to think of other ways. Just as Xiaoqin prepared to ascend the mountain, a group of core disciples, chatting in soft voices, came over. Senior Brother Zhang, that group of rich clan disciples that entered the sect 3 months ago, is advancing really fast on the core disciple ranking. Indeed, most of the top 20 of the core disciples are them. Right now, these people have already occupied their own peaks and are nurturing their own factions in the sect. There's no helping it. These are rich clan disciples. Their strength is extraordinary in the first place, and their bloodlines go without saying. After coming to this Heaven Dragon Palace, they are like fish in water. They will definitely improve very quickly. However, they can forget about becoming Heaven-class core disciples. There are only 3 Heaven-class core disciples. 2 are already decided, and the last one is definitely Senior Brother E. The leader of this group spoke, frankly, with assurance. As he spoke, he had blind confidence in his Senior Brother E. This person looked somewhat familiar to Xiaoqin. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin remembered. It was him. That was the person who followed beside Yi Qianyin, the person who once wanted to toss Xiaoqin out, the person who felt that Xiaoqian was not qualified to participate in the test. In the end, Xiaoqin knocked him into the air with one palm strike, causing him to suffer greatly. 3 months had passed, but Xiaoqian had not improved at all. He was still a follower. Xiaoqian walked straight over expressionlessly, brushing past this group of people. "Stop right there!" Xiaoqin had just brushed past them when he heard a furious shout calling out to him. Someone recognized me. Xiaoqin thought to himself, where did this inner palace disciple come from? To think that you are not bowing when you see a group of senior brothers, showing no respect for your seniors, showing no respect at all. I think you must be tired of living. However, a loud shout immediately followed, letting Xiaoqin know that he was wrong. It turns out that this is the reason. That makes sense. That person thought that Xiaoqin was an inner palace disciple, given his low status. When inner palace disciples saw core disciples, they had to greet them respectfully. However, Xiaoqin ignored so many core disciples. This was indeed somewhat overboard. However, this was not a serious matter, far from the point where Xiaoqin needed to die. Is there a need for me to bow to you? Xiaoqin asked coldly as he turned around expressionlessly. It's you. When this person saw Xiaoqin, he was startled at first. Then he rejoiced and guffawed. Ha ha ha! So, it is the famous junior brother Xiaoqin. To think that you have the time to come and take a mission. Why don't you go and challenge that Xiao Jinyu? Let's see how Elder Tianyin regrets it. He is Xiaoqin. 3 months have passed, and he is still a middle stage star venerate. It looks like Elder Tianyin did not make a mistake back then. A mixed blood dragon bloodline is indeed a mixed blood dragon bloodline. It cannot compare to the eruption of a true dragon bloodline in its later stages. Indeed, I heard that Xiao Jinyu, Fan Tianyi, Qin Yan, and the others are already close to peak early stage holy venerate. In a short 3 months, they improved rapidly. A mixed blood dragon bloodline is still somewhat lacking. Xiaoqin was not in the mood to waste time with this group of people, so he turned and left. Junior brother Xiaoqin, why the rush? Although you are not a core disciple and do not need to bow to us, we are still your senior brothers. Are you not going to greet us? Disciple Zhang said with a smile as his figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoqin. While Zhang Yinxian looked like he was smiling, in reality he was gritting his teeth, hiding a murderous intent on his face. Clearly, Zhang Yunxian still held a grudge against Xiaoqin for injuring him with a palm strike. He could not let it go, so he wanted to take this opportunity to vent his frustration. However, fighting was strictly prohibited in the sect, unless it was the dueling plaza. Zhang Yunxian wanted to force Xiaoqin, provoking Xiaoqin into taking the initiative to attack. That way, when Zhang Yunxian made a move to teach Xiaoqin a lesson, the situation would be different. The one who violated the sect rules was Xiaoqin and not Zhang Yunxian. That way, Zhang Yunxian could vent his frustration. Whoosh! 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 Xiaoqin's figure moved 3 times. However, Zhang Wenxuan pressed on, blocking Xiaoqin's every move. Junior brother Xiaoqin, I think you should come to this mission hall another day. Zhang Yunxian revealed a cocky smile. As he spoke, the core disciple who was with him appeared behind him, completely blocking his path. Come, obediently address me as senior brother. Perhaps when I am in a good mood and forget about the grudge from that day, I might let you go up, Zhang Yunxian said with a faint smile as he looked at Xiaoqin, revealing a mocking expression. Zhang Yunxian stared at Xiaoqin, hoping that Xiaoqin would not be able to hold himself back. However, he failed. Xiaoqin closed his eyes, his expression calm. From the start until now, there had not been any change. Scram back. Seeing that Xiaoqin had no intention of getting angry, Zhang Yunxian grew impatient. He reached out to push Xiaoqin. However, Zhang Yunxuan's hand was only extended halfway when Xiaoqin grabbed it. Zhang Yunxuan's fingers were as tough as divine metal. With just a little force, Zhang Yunxian could not move, and he let out a miserable shriek. You were waiting for this moment, right? Xiaoqin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said indifferently as he looked at Zhang Yunxian with raised eyebrows. Zhang Yunxian should have been overjoyed that Xiaoqin had taken the bait. However, when he looked into Xiaoqin's eyes, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. As you wish, then. Xiaoqin grabbed Zhang Yunxuan's arm and pulled. Zhang Yunxuan's body was like a sandbag as he smashed Zhang Yunxian to the ground. Rumble! A huge crack immediately appeared on the ground. An entire foot of the mountain trembled. When the core disciples who were with Zhang Yunxian saw this scene, they turned pale with fright. They soared into the air and flew towards Xiaoqin. One of them shouted, Hurry up and let go of senior brother Zhang. You have already violated the sect's rules. Many people came and went in the mission office. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. Many people had noticed that Zhang Yunxian and his group had blocked Xiaoqin earlier. They thought that Xiaoqin would fall into a trap and be forced to make a move before being taught a lesson. Xiaoqin would learn a lesson after suffering a huge loss. However, no one expected Xiaoqin to grab Zhang Yunxian in one move, lift him up and smash him to the ground. This was simply too ruthless. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 1887. There were a total of 6 people accompanying Zhang Yunxian. All of them were core disciples and early-stage holy venerates. When the 6 of them saw Zhang Yunxian being smashed into the ground like a sandbag by Xiaoqin, they immediately became anxious. He rushed over as fast as he could to save Zhang Yunxian. Boom! The 6 holy venerates soared into the air at the same time. In an instant, winds blew and clouds churned as a strong aura spread out. No one dared to approach the foot of the mountain. Some of the inner palace disciples who were watching the show could not dodge in time and were sent flying while vomiting blood. Xiaoqin, you're dead. You're dead. Since you dare to attack your fellow disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace, no one can save you today. After being smashed by Xiaoqin, Zhang Yunxian felt as though all the bones in his body were broken. The pain made him vomit blood. Gritting his teeth, he didn't look like he was going to admit defeat at all. Instead, he laughed crazily, looking terrifying and insane. At the same time, he mobilized all the quintessential essence in his body and struggled desperately trying to break free from Xiao Chen's grasp. Bang, 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 bang. Xiao Chen didn't say anything. He just stood there and kept hitting Zhang Yunxian. Every swing was stronger than the last. In the end, the ground cracked and the mountain where the mission hall was located trembled. He attacked very quickly. Before the 6 holy venerates arrived, he had already smashed Zhang Yunxian into the ground more than 10 times. Zhang Yunxian was already badly mutilated. He was in a sorry state, but he still clenched his teeth. In the end, he gave up on struggling and only used his quintessential essence to protect his body. Release senior brother Zhang. The 6 holy venerates arrived, each attacking Xiao Qin. Good timing. Xiao Qin smiled coldly. Then he lifted Zhang Yunxian and used him as a weapon, sweeping out. When the 6 holy venerates with surging auras saw Zhang Yunxuan's body, they all retreated, not daring to clash head-on. So. With Zhang Yunxian in hand, Xiao Chun would not advance when facing 6 holy venerates. Brandishing Zhang Yunxuan's body, he charged forward ferociously, suppressing the 6 holy venerates. What holy venerables? You're just Essa. I'll return it to you. Xiao Chun faced 6 holy venerates alone, but managed to beat them into submission. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and infused his veritable essence energy and great Tao energy into Zhang Yunxian, who looked like a dead dog, before tossing him at the 6. Zhang Yunxuan's body flew uncontrollably toward the 6 of them. Everywhere he passed, he would not be able to control it. The strong wind shattered the ground and kicked up a layer of sand and stones. The sand surged like a raging dragon as Zhang Yunxian flew towards the 6 of them. The 6 holy venerates all turned ashen. It was clear that Zhang Yunxuan's body could not receive it. However, if he did not, his injuries would only worsen. He was unwilling, but he had no choice but to accept it. Let's go together and catch senior brother Zhang. The 6 of them steeled their hearts, and their expressions turned grave. Their auras merged into one, and each of them stretched out a hand. Just as Zhang Yunxian was about to fall, they soared into the air and caught him. Boom! Berserk energy surged out from Zhang Yunxuan's body, and the 6 felt their blood and qi churning. They forced themselves not to vomit. After the 6 landed, they took a few steps back before they managed to catch their breaths. After knocking back the 6 holy venerates, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and turned to leave. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? The 6 holy venerates felt very sullen in their hearts. Earlier, they had been suppressed by Xiao Chen in front of so many inner palace disciples. Now that their senior brother Zhang had returned, how could they swallow this? A horrifying killing qi spread out from the 6, and a scarlet light spread out from their bodies. Holy venerates rage. As the 6 stared at Xiao Chen, they activated their horrifying holy venerate wills at the same time, pressing down on Xiao Chen one after another. They completely fell out with Xiao Chen. They did not care that their cultivations were higher than Xiao Chen's, wanting to keep him here. The people at the foot of the mountain all sucked in a breath of cold air. You are not convinced? That's fine. Today, I will make you all convinced. Not just anyone can block my path. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. The blood in his body surged, and the fighting spirit in his heart blazed. There seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he turned into a flash of lightning in the air. Just as the strong wills of the 6 holy venerates were about to envelop Xiao Chen executed Light of Freedom and left his original spot at the critical moment. When he reappeared, he was already 50 kilometers away, hovering in the air with a smile on his face. There! With a thought, the 6 holy venerates sent out their horrifying holy venerate wills. How fast could the holy venerates' wills be? It was practically impossible to dodge once the holy venerates sent out their wills. However, in the next moment, Xiao Chen's body turned into a flash of lightning and dodged the combined wills by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! 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 As Xiao Chen turned into a bolt of lightning, he whistled through the air, weaving back and forth. Xiao Chen's lips curled up into a smile. It seemed like mockery but also calm. Dressed in white, the surrounding sky follows my whim. I am as free as the wind, as free as light. The 6 holy venerates originally had a surging aura, determined to win. The 6 holy venerate wills covered nearly every corner. They were so fast that they could reach their target with a thought. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for them to lose to a middle stage star venerate cultivator. However, the situation was reversed now. The 6 holy venerate wills should have been able to suppress Xiao Chen calmly and unhurriedly. However, sweat poured down their foreheads, feeling anxious and frustrated. Xiao Chen toyed with them, sending their holy venerate wills back and forth. However, none of them had any effect, leaving the 6 holy venerate wills on the verge of collapse. I've played enough. It's time for me to make a move, right? The smile on Xiao Chen's face vanished as he spoke indifferently. After the 6 attacks missed, they did not move. After the 6 holy venerate wills missed, they saw a bolt of lightning flying towards the 6 holy venerate wills. Just as the 6 holy venerate wills felt uncertain, the bolt of lightning suddenly turned into a terrifying and berserk lightning dragon. A strong dragon might swept out. How can this be? This is no longer light of freedom. Damn it! Since when can light of freedom become an offensive martial technique? The 6 holy venerate wills, who were physically and mentally fatigued and covered in sweat, could not withdraw their holy venerate wills in time. Flustered, they quickly scattered. In their current state, they could not endure the strike of this roaring, lightning dragon. But can they escape? The dragon roar shook the sky. When the dragon might arrived, it ruled the world. The lightning dragon ferociously rammed into the 6 holy venerates, causing them to vomit blood and fall to the ground. The electric light charred their bodies, the dragon tail swung, and the remaining 3 holy venerates were sent flying. Rumble! 3 loud sounds rang out, and the 3 holy venerates crashed into a mountain peak each. The mountain rocks shattered and were instantly buried. Whoosh! A light flashed, and the lightning dragon revealed its true form. Xiao Chen landed on the ground, dressed in pure white robes. Before the group could exclaim in surprise, several terrifying auras suddenly flew over from the sky. 3 peak early stage, holy venerate experts clad in scarlet robes and radiating terrifying killing intent flew over from afar. It's the law enforcement, Hall's blood dragon guards. This is problematic. The blood dragon guards are here. With Xiao Chen injuring so many core disciples, he will definitely be severely punished. If he violates the sect rules, he will be severely punished. How unfortunate. This matter clearly cannot be blamed on Xiao Chen. However, he should have exercised some restraint. No matter what, he should not have made the first move. Then, should he have allowed others to bully him? Many of the inner palace disciples who had seen this from the start felt upset on Xiao Chen's behalf. This matter was not his fault at all. Who attacked inside the sect, harming a fellow disciple? The person in the middle of the 3 blood-clad guards demanded coldly. It's him. It's him. It's him. Zhang Yinxian, who had fallen to the ground like a dead dog, jumped up and pointed at Xiao Chen. It's him. It's him. He broke the sect rules and harmed fellow disciples. He was arrogant, making the first move. How noisy! Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Then he waved his hand and slapped Zhang Yinxuan's face, sending him flying. Xiao Chen was like a fly. There was no end to this. How bold of you, to think that you dare to attack before us. Come with us, then. The 3 blood dragon guards' expressions turned cold as they descended on Xiao Chen, wanting to forcefully restrain Xiao Chen and take him away. Scram! Xiao Chen raged in his heart. He spread his fingers and executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's rage. A colossal flaming hand immediately appeared in front, covering the entire sky. An ancient, great, desolate Aeon dragon might traveled through time and space, like the rage of heaven. The three blood-clad guards were greatly startled, caught off guard. They had not expected Shao Chen to dare to resist. Pah! Just like that, Shao Chen ruthlessly smacked the hand down. Then he flipped his hand and pressed it down. Chapter 1888. With a flip of his hand, he smashed the three blood dragon guards to the ground, immobilizing them. Such a scene shocked everyone. Blood dragon guards. That was the Dragon's Gate's Law Enforcement Hall, under the direct jurisdiction of the Dragon's Gate. In terms of rank, it was even higher than the Heaven Dragon Palace Hall. Each of the Dragon's Gate's 7 outer palaces was comparable to a peak rank 6 sect. Naturally, the Dragon's Gate's upper echelons had to set up a counterbalance mechanism. Otherwise, if he allowed it to develop, it might threaten him instead. That would truly be digging his own grave. The existence of the Blood Dragon Guards was a thorn that came from the Dragon's Gate, piercing deep into every outer palace. The stronger the outer palace was, the more difficult it was to remove the thorn growing in the flesh. It had a reputation of being a taboo. Every blood strike guard was extremely powerful, and they were in charge of enforcing the laws of the various outer palaces. Today, Shao Chen sent these 3 blood dragon guards flying with one palm strike. This would definitely cause a huge commotion. But no matter what happened in the future, it was now alone now. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. It was not because Shao Chen dared to anger the blood dragon guards. Instead, it was because he, a middle-stage star venerate, defeated 6 holy venerates and 3 blood dragon guards. Strong. Only this word existed in the minds of many Inner Hall disciples. He's ridiculously strong. Boom! The 3 blood dragon guards struggled to their feet on the ground, showing incredibly sullen expressions. Although the 3 were in sorry states, they were not severely injured. After all, they were peak early stage holy venerates. The blood dragon guards enjoyed even better resources than core disciples, as well as cultivation techniques and martial techniques from Ancestor Dragon City. He was rather old, and his strength far surpassed that of ordinary holy venerates. Furthermore, Shao Chen had only executed Firmament's rage, not his full power. Furthermore, Shao Chen had only executed the first layer of Firmament's rage, not activating the 2 Dao seals in his hands. Hence, he did not bring out its full might. Hua! A scarlet flame blazed in the eyes of the 2 blood dragon guards. They seemed to have activated some kind of secret technique, and their killing chi spread out in an even more terrifying manner. Shao Chen smiled coldly, unafraid. The atmosphere became tense once again. It was as if there were flames everywhere in the air, igniting and exploding at the slightest touch. The confrontation between the 4 of them was far more terrifying than when Shao Chen faced the 6 core disciples. At the foot of the vast mountain, there was only silence. No one dared to speak. After a long time, when the blood dragon guard in the middle saw Shao Chen's gaze, he felt some fear. After hesitating for a moment, he stretched out his hand to block the somewhat rash blood dragon guards on both sides. Lead the way, I'll go to the law enforcement hall myself. Shao Chen was expressionless as he spoke indifferently. He had to find a way to end this matter. Since he had to deal with it sooner or later, he might as well take the initiative to face it. Sorry for the offense. When the person in the middle heard Shao Chen say that, he heaved a sigh of relief. The flames in the eyes of the blood dragon guards on the left and right also slowly faded. Such an attitude was a sign of fear and respect for the strong. After making their moves, the 3 of them were no longer as arrogant and haughty as before. Hearing Shao Chen's words, the 3 of them didn't dare to say anything else. They turned around and led the way for Shao Chen. Whoosh! Electric light flashed, and Shao Chen quickly followed. His expression remained calm, not showing any fluster. The surroundings were silent. Only after the four of them had walked far away did all sorts of discussions begin to ring out one after another. It's Firmament's rage. What Shao Chen executed earlier was Firmament's rage. It is exactly as described in the secret technique. No, it is even more horrifying than described in the secret technique. Aside from the first palace master, no one has managed to practice this secret technique in more than 1,000 years. To think that Shao Chen actually succeeded in practicing it. Furthermore, he easily executed it. No wonder he could defeat 3 blood dragon guards with one palm strike. However, Shao Chen seems to have only reached small perfection. He did not manage to infuse his great Tao into it. If he could infuse his great Tao into it, that would be too heaven-defying. That is absolutely impossible. However, no matter what, Shao Chen will be skinned alive after going to the law enforcement hall this time. How unfortunate. Previously, 2 inner palace disciples broke the sect rules and had their cultivation crippled for 10 years. In the end, the discussions turned from shock to sighs. One would not have a good ending after entering the law enforcement hall. However, in reality, Shao Chen's treatment in the law enforcement hall was somewhat different from what everyone imagined. After the 3 blood dragon guards brought Shao Chen to the blood dragon guards, they immediately reported Shao Chen's matter to their superiors. Shao Chen injured 6 holy venerates in the mission hall and even attacked the blood dragon guards. He was truly bold. The news quickly spread and startled the law enforcement hall's upper echelon. What? This person is only a middle stage star venerate? This matter immediately caused a huge commotion in the law enforcement hall, startling the strict law enforcement hall's vice hall master, who had not been involved in matters for a long time, to make a personal appearance. The law enforcement hall's vice hall master had the surname Li. He was a stout old man with a thick beard and an extremely fiery temper. When the vice hall master heard about Shao Chen, he immediately took charge. Vice hall master Li did not go to see Shao Chen directly. Instead, he hid in the dark and observed Shao Chen, who was waiting for his trial. Slowly, a smile appeared on Vice Hall Master Li's face, appearing somewhat playful. Shao Chen, who was waiting for his trial, did not show any expression on his face. Then, he took a sip of tea and closed his eyes to rest. After that, there was no movement from Shao Chen. After waiting for a long time, Shao Chen directly started cultivating, not moving at all from start to end. Interesting. He treats my law enforcement hall as his residence. To think that he directly started cultivating. Vice Hall Master Li smiled, making it hard for others to tell whether he was happy or angry. No one knew what he meant. Suddenly, Shao Chen opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. Vice Hall Master Li's expression changed slightly. Then he dismissed the people around him and said indifferently, "To think that he discovered me." Whoosh! In the next moment, Vice Hall Master Li's figure flashed, and he directly arrived in the room where Shao Chen was. Boom! A pressure immediately appeared in the average-sized room, making Shao Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable. This was not a sovereign personage, but Vice Hall Master Li's dragon might. Given his strong cultivation, he did not purposely withdraw this dragon might, letting it spread out. Shao Chen sized up the person who arrived and said, "Seriously, Senior is really patient, only appearing after 6 hours. This junior feels honored." Humph. Even after arriving at my law enforcement hall, you still do not show any signs of repentance. It looks like you do not want your core disciple status anymore. Vice Hall Master Li became slightly angered. Immediately, his dragon might fluctuated, and a true dragon roar came from it. The roar resounded in Shao Chen's ears and penetrated deep into his soul, causing fear to spread in his mind. Shao Chen guarded his heart and easily dispelled this fear. Then he looked at Vice Hall Master Li, who had a strong background and a terrifying aura. Shao Chen asked softly, "Why should I repent? I am not in the wrong. Furthermore, After pausing for a moment, Xiao Chen released an overwhelming aura from his body. Then he said, "Furthermore, does the so-called right and wrong really matter? If anyone is in the wrong, they can only blame me for being too strong and them being too weak." Boom! The moment the dragon might from Xiao Chen's body appeared, it cleanly swept away the dragon might that Vice Hall Master Li casually released. Vice Hall Master Li's grave expression suddenly vanished. Then he guffawed. "Good, good, good." After saying good 3 times, Vice Hall Master Li said loudly, "Well said. What is right and wrong? Only the weak need sect rules. The sect rules have always been made by the strong. Hee hee. I still have to say that you beat them up well and beautifully. You overestimated yourself and went to mock them, resulting in you getting beaten up. What else can you do but deserve it? Ha ha ha. If you had beaten up those 3 blood dragon guards, that would have been even more in line with my temper." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. I made the right bet. As long as I have sufficient potential, I can ignore all the sect rules and precepts. I think highly of you becoming a heaven-class core disciple and of you entering Ancestor Dragon City. The current core disciples all boast about how strong they are and how incredible their backgrounds are. This old man looks down on none of them. If you do not have a temper, even if you enter Ancestor Dragon City, you will be nothing. Vice Hall Master Li appeared very bold. His tone showed extreme disdain for the other core disciples. Xiao Chen remained calm, although there were some discrepancies and the matter was much easier to deal with than he had imagined. This was a good thing and not a big deal. In the future, if you find anyone displeasing, feel free to beat them up. Hee hee. If one day you even beat up the blood dragon guards like dogs, this old man will directly guarantee your entry into Ancestor Dragon City. Haha. Vice Hall Master Li spoke excitedly, directly giving Xiao Chen the authority to beat up people in the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, I still have to put on a show. I will announce to the outside world that I will lock you up for 1 month and deduct your stipend for 3 months. Just go out and do some missions and not appear in the sect. What do you think? The law enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master spoke in a negotiating tone, not treating Xiao Chen as an outsider. That suits me. Ha ha ha. Good. It is decided then. Come, let's go and have a few drinks. To think that you even managed to practice Firmament's Rage. How rare. Chapter 1889. Just as Xiao Chen and Vice Hall Master Li were chatting happily, Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, Feng Tianyi, and the other core disciples, who had been showing off recently, received news of Xiao Chen beating up 6 core disciples at nearly the same time. All of them felt shocked and incredulous to think that he dares to beat up my people. Xiao Chen, you are clearly targeting me. When Yi Qianyan received the news, he was the most furious. Among the more than 1,000 core disciples, everyone knew that Zhang Yunxian was Yi Qianyan's man. The other 6 core disciples were also on good terms with him. In the end, Xiao Chen beat them up. This was especially so for Zhang Yunxian, who was beaten up beyond recognition. Finally, Xiao Chen sent him flying with a slap. This was a tragic sight. If others saw this, they would definitely take it as a slap to Yi Qianyan's face. Just you wait. Just you wait. When I break through to middle stage Holy Venerate, I will definitely teach you a lesson in the Heaven Class Core Disciple Competition. Yi Qianyan showed an enraged expression as he tightly clenched his right fist. He wished that he could trample on Xiao Chen right now to regain his face. On the other side, Elder Tian Yun personally arrived at Xiao Jinyu's residence and informed him of what happened at the foot of the mountain in the mission office. That's impossible. This Xiao Chen has only been in the Heaven Dragon Palace for 3 months. How can he defeat 6 core disciples at the same time? To think that he even succeeded in practicing the most difficult Firmament's Rage. When Xiao Jinyu heard the news, he showed some fluster on his face. However, he then remembered that Elder Tian Yin personally brought this news. In that case, it can't be wrong. Xiao Jinyu quickly apologized. Master, Jinyu did not mean to offend you. Elder Tianyun showed an unsightly expression as he said sullenly, You understand what I mean by bringing you this news, right? Disciple understands. Humph. Back then, this Xiao Qin called me out at the dueling plaza and said that I chose the wrong person. This old man did not lower himself to his level on the surface. However, if you really lose to him, I will lose face. You can forget about remaining in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Elder Tianyun's expression turned sullen, putting heavy pressure on Xiao Jinyu. This disciple will not live up to Master's expectations. Give me 2 months, and I will definitely break through to middle stage, Holy Venerate. Ignorant, what was the point of cultivation? Unless one was a peak intermediate Holy Venerate, one would not have an absolute advantage over him. That Xiao Qin is just a middle stage, Star Venerate. Have you never thought about how he could defeat 6 core disciples in a row? He relies on the Dragon's Gate's secret technique and his own accumulations. Although his cultivation is low, the quality and quantity of his veritable essence energy are not low. Elder Tianyun felt somewhat disappointed at Xiao Qin for failing to meet his expectations. He paused for a while before continuing. What you need to do is bring out your advantages to the limit and accumulate them properly. You should not be in a rush to raise your cultivation. The 3 heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace are only early stage, Holy Venerates. However, they can sweep through all the core disciples. Xiao Jinyu seemed to think of something. Master means, after tomorrow I'll bring you to the sword sweeping peak. If you can achieve great mastery in the great way of the sword, you'll be able to stab Xiao Qin to death with a single strike. It's 100 times better than you advancing to the mid-stage, Holy Venerable level. Thank you, Master. The other core disciples were more or less inspired. Under the guidance of their masters, they all put in effort. All this was for the sake of obtaining a slot in the upcoming Heaven-class core disciple competition. Right now, everything was just an illusion. If they could not even obtain a slot, they could forget about entering Ancestor Dragon City. After entering Ancestor Dragon City, they would leave that Xiao Qin and the other competitors far behind. In the mission hall, Vice Hall Master Li personally led Xiao Qin in through a secret passageway. No one knew about it, with the law enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master Li leading the way. The manager of the mission hall personally received Xiao Qin in fear and trepidation. What high-quality missions are there recently? Let Xiao Qin look through them. Vice Hall Master Li said indifferently. Vice Hall Master Li said indifferently. The mission hall's elder looked at Xiao Qin, feeling greatly startled. Isn't this the person who caused trouble at the foot of the mountain and got taken away? Why did the law enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master personally bring him over in the blink of an eye? The mission hall's Vice Hall Master felt somewhat confused. However, since Vice Hall Master Li gave him instructions, he naturally had to obey. This is the list of recent missions. Take a look and let me know if there are any suitable ones. Xiao Chen received the mission list and carefully looked through it. There was a total of 7 rank 1 missions. Rank 1 was the highest. Above rank 1 were Transcendent rank 1 and Absolute rank 1. Those were issued to the sect elders and required the strength of a sovereign personage to accept them. Xiao Chen's gaze focused on the rank 1 missions. Soon, he locked on to 4 rank 1 missions. 2 of them were assassination missions. One was to search for the Blazing Sun Heart in Blazing Sun Valley, which one could obtain by killing the Blazing Sun Berserk apes in Blazing Sun Valley. The last was a rank 1 mission. Of the 4 missions, helping the Dragon's Gate take back its lost base in the underground world was the most complicated and the highest. However, the reward was extremely bountiful, a total of 20,000 primeval heavenly pills. The first 3 rank 1 missions also had bountiful rewards, at least 8,000 primeval heavenly pills. These are the 4 rank 1 missions. Wait, that's not right. I seem to have to take on some other missions before I can fulfill the quota set by the sect. Just give me a few rank 7 missions. Xiao Chun made his choice and handed the mission list to the other party. What? You want to take on 4 rank 1 missions? No way, no way. The mission hall's manager shook his head and said, absolutely not. The rank 1 missions themselves require one to be a holy venerate. Furthermore, 2 people need to work together to take them. Letting you take them alone is already showing mercy. To think that you want to take on 4 rank 1 missions alone. What about the other core disciples? Humph. If this old man says it's fine, then it's fine. Stop being so long-winded. Since this little brother of mine chose these 4 missions, then these 4 missions it is. When Vice Hall Master Li heard the word no way, he became angry. After all, he had personally sent someone over. To think that Xiao Qin did not give him any face at all. Xiao Chen's furious voice was accompanied by his dragon might, scaring the mission hall's manager. The manager felt very bitter in his heart. This was the person in charge of the Blood Dragon Guards. He simply could not afford to offend him. Sure. However, I'll say this first. You will have to bear the punishment for failing the mission. Don't blame me for not warning you. The punishment for failing is much heavier than you imagine. The manager did not dare to offend Vice Hall Master Li, so he could only vent his anger on Xiao Qin. Since I already made my choice, I naturally know the consequences. Haha, that's more like it. Let me take a look at the mission list. Vice Hall Master Li received the mission list and took a look. Then his expression changed slightly. None of them were easy to complete. Of the 2 assassination missions, one was to eliminate a group of bandits that had been killing people and robbing their goods in the Divine Dragon Empire for many years. There was a total of 18 people in this group of bandits, who called themselves the Demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits. All of them were holy venerates. Their lair, the Demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, had been refined into an inherited Tao tool that could hide in the starry heavens at any time. Every time a sovereign personage went to kill them, they would flee far away. When the sovereign personage experts left, they would find a random place to hide. They killed people to snatch their treasures and resources. Their methods were extremely cruel. The number of dragon race martial artists that died in their hands and the number of dragon race forces that were destroyed was unknown. The Dragon's Gate had been troubled by this group of crafty demonic cloud bandits for many years, giving them a headache. The second assassination mission was an assassination mission. Recently, a demonic Tao expert appeared in Yunnan province. This expert specialized in killing dragon race experts and absorbing the special dragon souls of dragon race cultivators to refine the demonic dragon pennant. His movements were mysterious, and his methods were even crueler. All the people he killed were dragon race experts. After they died, he extracted their souls and drained them of their dragon blood. The dragon race bloodline had an extremely strong life force. The dragon race's souls were even more tyrannical, which would be of great help in refining the demonic dragon pennant. Yunnan province was the red dragon race's territory. Several red dragon race holy venerate experts had already died at the hands of this demonic Tao cultivator. This attracted the attention of the Dragon's Gate, and they sent it to the 7 outer palaces of the Dragon's Gate as a rank 1 mission. Since this demonic Tao cultivator dared to come to the Divine Dragon Empire alone, it proved that he was very confident and strong. The 3rd mission, Blazing Sun Valley, was a dangerous land. Although the Blazing Sun Berserk ape was strong, it was still a ferocious beast after all. The risk of this mission could be controlled. As for the 4th mission, Vice Hall Master Li shook his head slightly. The underground world was simply too deep. The missions that could become rank 1 missions were definitely not easy. The rewards depended on how much effort one put in. The Dragon's Gate would not give one primeval heavenly pills for nothing. The price would definitely be equal. Vice Hall masterly frowned and said, "Brother Shao Qin, isn't this mission a little inappropriate? The risk is too high." "The mission has already been accepted. If you give up, it will be considered a failure." The manager also had a temper in his heart. He walked over and handed the mission card to Shao Qin. He smiled coldly in his heart. "It is too late to be afraid now." Shao Qin received the mission card calmly and smiled. "It's fine. I have my own plans." Without sufficient primeval heavenly pills, Shao Qin would not be able to raise his cultivation quickly while he was a late-stage star venerate. He would not be able to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Remaining in this Heaven Dragon Palace was just waiting for death, waiting to be defeated by the people of the other outer palaces. Either way, he would die. He might as well accept the mission and gamble. Furthermore, Shao Qin still had many trump cards. While it was inconvenient to use them in the sect, there were no restrictions once he left the sect. Shao Qin felt somewhat confident of completing these missions. "Little brother, since you have your own plans, I will not say anything more. Remember to rush back in 2 months. Otherwise, you will miss out on the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition, and you will suffer a great loss. The Heaven Class Core Disciple slot will definitely be mine. Many thanks, Big Brotherly." The mission hall manager grumbled in his heart. Whether Shao Qin could return alive was still a problem. To think that Shao Qin still wanted to become a Heaven Class Core Disciple. He really did not know his limits. Chapter 1890. Shao Qin accepted a total of 10 missions, mainly because of the sect rules. Core Disciples had to complete 3 missions every month. Aside from the 4 rank 1 missions, the rest were all rank 7 missions. As Shao Qin held the mission card, he carefully analyzed each mission for a long time, forming a plan in his heart. He had only 2 months. Many of the 10 missions clashed with each other. One was in the south, and the other was in the north. Even if he could use transportation formations, it would take a long time. After thinking for a while, Shao Qin decided to hire someone to complete the 6 rank 7 missions. If he had time, he would definitely do it himself. However, the rewards of these rank 7 missions could not compare to the time required. Shao Qin felt that the losses outweighed the gains. He could only pay for the primeval heavenly pills himself and hire cultivators outside to do it. This was simple. The Divine Dragon Empire definitely did not have only cultivators in the sections. There were many other factions. Spending some primeval heavenly pills would cause many factions to fight over these missions. As for the remaining 4 rank 1 missions, the order in which they were completed was also very important. I should go and deal with this demonic Tao cultivator first. To think that he dares to use the blood and souls of dragon race cultivators to cultivate a demonic Tao cultivation technique and refine a ghost pennant. This is simply unforgivable. Rage flashed in Shao Qin's heart. He always felt that the current demonic Tao sects and cultivators had reached an extreme. This kind of extreme was very terrifying. If left unchecked, not only would they destroy themselves, but they would also destroy the foundation of the entire world. For the sake of strength, they would do anything. They would even lay their hands on ordinary people, even doing something as heartless as using the souls of infants. In comparison, although the righteous Tao sects had many hypocrites and people who killed and robbed, they rarely made a move on ordinary people. It was even more impossible for them to make a move on infants or pregnant women. When demonic Tao cultivators reached the Holy Venerate realm, they would be known as demonic venerates. Shao Qin's target this time was known as demonic venerate Muyin. The Divine Dragon Empire had 7 provinces, each with 100 counties. Each county was as large as First Senior Sisters. The Red Dragon race governed Yunnan province. In the Yunnan state, there was a huge desert called the Violent Flame Desert. This desert was unusually hot. It was an excellent experiential training ground for fire-attributed dragon race cultivators. Most of the red dragons were fire elemental and had fiery temperaments. A person's temper was like an unstable dynamite. When they were angry, they would explode with a loud bang, causing people to feel extremely terrified. The blazing light from the blazing sun was a natural treat for the red dragon race cultivators. Just staying in the desert for a day would benefit them immensely. The Red Dragon Palace disciples frequently roamed Violent Flame Desert, hunting ferocious beasts, searching for fortuitous encounters, and practicing cultivation techniques. The place was extraordinarily bustling. However, right now, the lively atmosphere of the Violent Flame Desert was filled with grief and anger. 3 months ago, Devil Sovereign Emo Yun suddenly appeared in this desert and started a massacre. Hundreds of the Red Dragon Palace disciples had already fallen victim to Shaoqin. Their blood was drained and their corpses laid out in the desert. They looked like dried corpses, dying miserable deaths. The most hateful thing was that this demonic venerate Mu Yin was extremely arrogant. He purposely laid a trap and lured out several core disciples. After killing a holy venerate of the Red Dragon race, who had gotten careless, Shao Chen's strength soared in the past 3 months, becoming increasingly terrifying. While in Violent Flame Desert, Shao Chen looked at the intelligence reports and calmly analyzed the situation. The Red Dragon race possessed the divine dragon bloodline. After advancing to Holy Venerate, the power of their bloodline had already developed significantly. Shao Chen was not an ordinary Holy Venerate. For demonic Venerate Mu Yin to be able to kill several core disciples, he definitely had a trump card that no one knew about. The most recent murder happened 7 days ago. To think that this fellow still has not left. He must have cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique or a ghost pennant to a critical juncture. Once he breaks through, he will be even more horrifying and difficult to deal with. Shao Chen frowned slightly. He could no longer analyze demonic venerate Mu Yun's strength based on the intelligence reports from 3 months ago. This mission was somewhat thorny. However, thorny was interesting. If it were ordinary, there would not be any challenge. Let me see how strong this demonic venerate Mu Yun is. Let's go and meet up with the others first. The Dragon's Gate distributed this mission to the 7 outer palaces. Someone from each outer palace could go and accept it. Of course, only one person could complete the mission. Whoever obtained demonic venerate Mu Yun's head would complete the mission and obtain the reward. One could communicate with others through the mission card. One could hear the voices of the other people accepting the mission and obtain information. 3 days later, in the depths of Violent Flame Desert, 6 dragon race cultivators gathered on a sand dune. Among them, there were 3 from the Red Dragon Palace. Based on their attire, Shao Chen could determine that the other 3 were from the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace. Of the 7 outer palaces, aside from the Golden Dragon Palace and the Green Dragon Palace, everyone accepted the mission. Although it was a rank 1 mission, it was not guaranteed that someone would accept it. It was normal that no one from the 2 dragon palaces had accepted it. Only one person can take on this mission. To think that your Red Dragon Palace sent out 3 people. It looks like you are truly angry. The youth in the Blue Dragon Palace's uniform said as he looked at the Red Dragon race trio, "It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as they die at the hands of our Red Dragon clan." The leader of the Red Dragon clan was a muscular young man in a white robe with flame patterns on it. His voice was filled with suppressed rage. This mission was a humiliation to the Red Dragon Palace. The Red Dragon Palace did not intend to get the Dragon's Gate's help at all, wanting to kill demonic venerate Mu Yun on their own. However, after the upper echelon of ancestor dragon cities, Dragon's Gate evaluated demonic venerate Mu Yun's strength, they still sent the mission to the 7 outer palaces. If we run into demonic venerate Muyan, we can just attack him ourselves. After we kill him, we do not need Muyan's head, the leader of the Red Dragon Clan cultivators said seriously. Rage flashed in the eyes of the Red Dragon Palace's leader as he said sullenly. The 3 core disciples of the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace exchanged glances, feeling helpless. The Red Dragon race seemed to be xenophobic. Their words did not sound very pleasant. The core disciples of the 6 outer palaces all had their own pride as they possessed the divine dragon bloodline. Murongyang, aren't your words a little overboard? Although you are hailed as an unparalleled genius of the Red Dragon Palace, there's no need to look down on us like that, right? The Silver Dragon Race core disciple, Yun Tianhe, said indifferently with a slight frown. If you feel that we are going overboard, you can leave now. The Red Dragon Race does not need your help. The 3 of us will give you the reward for the mission. We will not let you make this trip for nothing. Murongyang did not appreciate the offer at all. His tone was filled with hostility. The Blue Dragon Race Corps disciple smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. Then he patted Yun Tianhe's shoulder to stop him from continuing. Changfeng, on account of you, I will not lower myself to his level. The rage in Yun Tianhe's eyes had yet to fade. Murongyang's words were simply too overbearing. However, the Red Dragon bloodline was extremely hot-tempered. If they continued arguing, they would definitely end up fighting. Someone is coming. Just at this moment, the only woman in the team, the young woman from the White Dragon Palace, raised her head slightly and looked into the distance. The others also sensed someone flying over from the mission cards. I wonder if it is from the Golden Dragon Palace or the Green Dragon Palace. If it is a Golden Dragon Palace core disciple, then this mission is in the bag. If it is a Green Dragon Palace core disciple, that is fine. At the very least, there is no need to worry about injuries or the corrosion of the demonic qi. The 3 discussed softly. As they spoke, they felt interested in this final person. However, as that figure approached, the expressions of the 3 Red Dragon Race cultivators turned increasingly unsightly. Yun Tianhe and the other 2 also showed strange expressions, feeling somewhat flabbergasted. Damn, this is never-ending. It is one thing for the people of the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace. Now, even a mixed blood dragon is here to join in the fun. What do they take our Red Dragon Palace for? Murongyang's rage completely erupted. Boom! A terrifying, scorching aura burst forth. Murongyang's figure flashed as he turned into a flame and charged out, moving as fast as a meteor. Whoosh! The Blue Dragon Palace core disciple frowned slightly. He leaped up and blocked Murongyang at the critical moment. Situ Changfeng, what are you trying to do? Murongyang showed an irritable expression on his face. Clearly he was in a rage. Situ Changfeng's expression remained calm as he said in an amiable manner, Murongyang, no matter what, one more person means one more force. Why the need to reject him like this? There is no need. Humph! The 2 of you, tell that mixed blood dragon to scram. If he does not, blast him out. Before Situ Changfeng could finish speaking, Murongyang snorted coldly and got the other 2 Red Dragon Race Corps disciples to chase away Xiaoqin. Situ Changfeng sighed and decisively turned around to meet up with Xiaoqin. Situ Changfeng, stay here and mind your own business. However, Murongyang did not give Situ Changfeng this opportunity. He directly punched at the turning Situ Changfeng. When Murongyang punched, intense flames surged into the sky. A boundless sea of fire burned behind him. The boundless, mysterious phenomenon of fire looked as terrifying as lava from hell. Although Situ Changfeng wanted to, he could not. He could only turn around and fight, delayed by Murongyang. I'm afraid this person is going to be unlucky. The Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Tianhe looked at the distant Xiaoqin and said indifferently to the young white dragon race girl. The two of them did not want to interfere in this matter. A mixed blood dragon was not worth their time. Chapter 1891. Shao Qin had rushed all the way to the rendezvous point on the mission card. In order not to delay others, he had rushed at full speed. When Shao Qin approached, he saw two people flying out of a distant sand dune, charging at him. Two people fought on the sand dune. Even from a distance, Shao Qin could feel their horrifying auras. Before Shao Qin could understand what was going on, two furious shouts rang out. Where did this mixed-blood dragon come from? Scram! This is the matter of our Red Dragon Palace. It is not your mixed-blood dragon palace's turn to make a move. If you still don't scram, we will make a move. The two Red Dragon Palace Corps disciples unleashed their dragon might, pressing toward Shao Qin. Rumble. Formless might and might immediately caused the surface of the violent flame desert to churn like waves. Shao Qin's face sank. Just as the two dragon might approached, he landed firmly on the ground, and his dragon might surged out. Bang! Amid the loud rumbles, the surging desert dust suddenly exploded as the dragon might clashed with each other. It was like a sandstorm that soared into the sky. An enormous, murderous cloud filled the air, traversing the heavens and covering the sun. You dare to retaliate. You are reckless. The two Red Dragon Palace Corps disciples raged. Their holy venerate wills surged out, pressing down on Shao Qin. Under the pressure of the two holy venerate wills, the desert for 5,000 kilometers around immediately exploded apart. Many cracks spread out for 500 kilometers, looking like a spiderweb. However, Shao Qin had already turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed over. His cultivation was his greatest weakness. The thing he feared the most was clashing with the Holy Venerate will. The pressure from the Holy Venerate will would weaken his strength significantly. Even if Shao Qin forcibly scattered the Holy Venerate will, it would only last for a moment. Fortunately, he was fast enough to prevent the Holy Venerate will from suppressing him. The two Red Dragon Palace Corps disciples were also hot-tempered. The moment they attacked, they immediately used their Holy Venerate wills. When the two saw Shao Qin dodge, they turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at the Red Dragon Palace Corps disciples. The two snorted coldly and attacked, sending out their fire Dao might. The two fire Dao might layered over each other and surged out, trying to force Shao Qin out. Bang! Who knew the lightning did not come out? Instead, a lightning dragon that was even more violent than the flames pierced through the Dao might and flew out. The two of them were shocked and hastily retreated. However, Shao Qin's thunderous attack had already begun. The dragon tail covered in electric light swept out, filling the sky with yellow sand. The yellow sand in the violent flame desert looked like sparks. The sandstorm created by the dragon tail was like a flaming tornado. The two retreating Red Dragon Race cultivators each sent out a punch, trying to block the force of the dragon tail. However, the two of them had still somewhat underestimated the strength contained in the dragon tail. Blood leaked out from the corner of their mouths as they were violently knocked back, landing miserably on a sand dune. The Silver Dragon Palaces, Yun Tianhe, and the young white dragon revealed shocked expressions. The two of them were core disciples of the Red Dragon Palace, yet they were knocked back. Boom! What a strong dragon aura! Following that, the roaring lightning dragon appeared in the two's vision. The berserk dragon might made the two's expressions grave as they raised their guard. Whoosh! Shao Qin appeared and landed on a sand dune. Then he looked at the two Red Dragon Palace Corps disciples. Shao Qin raised his head and looked at Morongyan and Situ Changfeng, who had stopped fighting in the air. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Morongyan. This person should be the one who gave the order. Shao Qin's calm gaze instantly turned somewhat cold. Damn it! You mixed blood dragon, how dare you injure me? Boom! Morong Yen raged in the air. He had not expected his two junior brothers to suffer at the hands of a mixed-blood dragon, so he immediately wanted to make a move. However, Morong Yen did not expect Xiao Qin to take the initiative to charge at him after he determined his target. There was no time to think. After Xiao Qin charged over, he immediately attacked. His vital qi surged as he threw a punch. Morong Yen swallowed the words that he could not say with much difficulty. Then he had to deal with Xiao Qin's attack. Bang! 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 The two figures in the air quickly clashed, losing their momentum in one move. Morong Yen continuously retreated. After 100 moves, he shouted and forced Xiao Qin back. Whoosh! Morong Yen landed on the ground and took 10 steps back. Sand and dust exploded in the surrounding desert, surging into the clouds like waves. The ground sank by more than 1 kilometer. After the two exchanged moves, the surroundings changed drastically. The two exchanged moves so quickly that the others could not react. By the time they reacted, it was already too late to stop them. Now, the two separated after much difficulty. Situ Changfeng and Yun Tianhe attacked at the same time, blocking the two. This brother, although the Red Dragon Palace has offended you, we are in the same boat now. There is no need to get angry. If we work together, we will both benefit. If we fight, we will both end up injured. That will just benefit demonic venerate Mu Yin, Situ Changfeng advised softly as he appeared before Xiao Qin. Yun Tianhe stopped Morong Yen from continuing to attack. Then he mocked coldly, Morong Yen, you are really incredible. I didn't see you kill demonic venerate Mu Yin, yet you are flaunting your prowess. Morong Yen smiled coldly and said, that is because I did not make a move. You cannot even deal with a Heaven Dragon Palace disciple, yet you want to kill demonic venerate Mu Yin. You sure talk big. Yun Tianhe retorted, not giving Morong Yen any face at all. Xiao Qin looked at Situ Changfeng. The other party should be a blue dragon race core disciple, as he gave off a peaceful aura of wind. The blue dragon race was good at dancing with the wind and clouds. They were also known as the dragons of the sky. Just as Xiao Qin was about to say something, 2 red dragon race disciples rushed over from behind and headed for Morong Yen. Senior brother, demonic venerate Mu Yin killed someone else? The 2 red dragon race disciples sent a voice projection. Morong Yan's expression changed drastically. He could not be bothered to continue fighting, quickly leading the 2 away. Qiu Xiuying and Yun Tianhe arrived beside Xiao Qin. When they sized up Xiao Qin, they felt shocked. A disciple from the Heaven Dragon Palace actually dared to attack Morong Yen. This was simply incredible. Let me make introductions. This is the Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Tianhe. This is the White Dragon Palace's Miss Qiu Xiuying. Situ Changfeng gave a simple introduction. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying nodded slightly in greeting. Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin responded and gave his name. Morong Yen should have obtained demonic venerate Mu Yan's whereabouts. From the looks of it, he intends to act alone. From the looks of it, he intends to go alone, Yun Tianhe said indifferently as he looked in the direction Morong Yen left, his tone containing dissatisfaction. Let's go and take a look. We all have a share in this mission, Qiu Xiuying said softly. Qiu Xiuying said softly and was the first to follow. Obviously, she did not want to miss this mission with rich rewards. Yun Tianhe followed close behind, not wanting to be too slow. Brother Xiao, do you want to go together? Situ Changfeng invited. This demonic venerate Mu Yun is not someone we can easily deal with alone. Let's go then. Xiao Qin did not overthink. It was fine as long as he could complete the mission. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 hours later, Xiao Qin and Situ Changfeng sensed the dense aura of a demonic Dao cultivator. When they looked up, sinister winds filled the distant sky. All sorts of terrifying, mysterious phenomena appeared continuously. There were raging flames soaring into the sky, wailing malicious spirits, and all sorts of ferocious beasts from hell. Quick, let's go. They are already fighting. Situ Changfeng's expression changed slightly as he quickened his pace. Xiao Qin followed unhurriedly. After a while, the two saw Qiu Xiuying and Yun Tianhe watching from a tall sand dune. After the four gathered, they looked down and saw Murongyan leading two red dragon race core disciples in a huge battle with a black-robed, middle-aged cultivator. That middle-aged cultivator showed disdain on his face as he held a ghost pennant with demonic dragons embroidered on it and fought with the three. The black-robed cultivator should be that demonic venerate Mu Yin. Black smoke surrounded demonic venerate Mu Yin as he fought against three alone. He appeared to be in a sorry state, especially when facing Murongyan's attacks. However, demonic venerate Mu Yin did not show any dismay or panic on his face. He just stared at the three with greed in his eyes. Haha, holy venerates of the red dragon race, good timing. What I want is the blood of a holy venerate. Ha ha ha. Stay here and don't let any of you leave. Demonic venerate Mu Yin ferociously waved the ghost pennant in his hand. A sinister wind blew, and the horrifying temperature of the violent flame desert immediately dropped. Morongyan and the other two felt a chill and could not help shivering. This was a chill that came from the soul. Veritable essence energy could not block it. Die! Demonic venerate Mu Yin shouted, and a black demonic dragon head with a scarlet horn emerged from the ghost pennant. The demonic dragon's eyes glared, inspiring horror in the hearts of Morongyan and the other two. When the demonic dragon's head appeared, the terrifying demonic dragon's might forced back the three's dragon might. Ha ha ha! Use your blood and souls as a sacrifice to my blood prison, demonic dragon! Demonic venerate Mu Yin laughed maniacally. As the demonic dragon slowly emerged, its might grew increasingly terrifying. Demonic clouds gathered in the sky, turning pitch black. Roar! When the demonic dragon completely emerged, it roared ferociously. Murongyan and the other two were no match for it, forced back by the demonic dragon's roar. What a terrifying demonic dragon! Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying could not help exclaiming. This demonic dragon, refined using an evil technique, was already much stronger than demonic venerate Mu Yin himself. Chapter 1892. The moment the blood prison demonic dragon appeared, Morongyan's group immediately fell into a disadvantage. This demonic dragon's dragon might was extremely frightening. It was unknown how many experts' dragon souls it had absorbed to achieve such an effect. The strangest thing was the blood horn on the demon dragon's head. It was bright and glistening. It didn't match his black torso at all. Just looking at it would make people feel uncomfortable. Ha ha ha! They are all holy venerates with grade 5 divine dragon bloodlines. With the blood and souls of the three of you, my blood-held demonic dragon can be considered a success. I can leave this damned place now. The demon cloud venerate laughed maniacally. Occasionally, he made a move to harass Morongyan and the other two, making things even more difficult for them. Just the blood prison demonic dragon alone was already a headache to deal with. Blood prison demonic dragon? This person is a cultivator from one of the 10 great devil sects, the Blood Prison Devil Hall. He isn't a rogue cultivator. Situ Changfeng stared at the demonic dragon as a trace of worry flashed between his brows. This time, things were going to be troublesome. A good opportunity. This is the best opportunity to kill this demon cloud overlord. The eyes of Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying lit up. They could clearly tell that the blood prison demonic dragon was demonic venerate Mu Yin's greatest trump card. That demonic dragon's strength had far surpassed his own. It would definitely take a lot of effort to control it. So, The two did not hesitate to attack decisively, charging at that demonic venerate Mu Yun. Situ Changfeng frowned slightly. He wanted to stop Xiao Qin, but did not say anything in the end. He only looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Brother Xiao, I think this demonic venerate Mu Yun still has trump cards. If Brother Yun and Lady Qiu run into trouble later, I'll have to trouble you to save them." Xiao Qin could not help criticizing demonic venerate Mu Yun in his heart. These two were clearly greedy and rash, underestimating him. If there was any danger, he could not blame anyone else, so he had no obligation to help. However, since Situ Changfeng said so, Xiao Qin nodded and said, "I will do my best while ensuring my own safety. That's all I need to say." Situ Changfeng smiled faintly and leaped into the air. Wind and clouds gathered around him. In an instant, the gentle Situ Changfeng seemed to have become a completely different person. Looking disdainfully at the world, looking down on the world, wind and clouds rose together, and only I am supreme. With a furious bellow, he reached out and grabbed the blood-prisoned demon dragon's neck. Dragon's Gate, secret technique, dragon's seizing hand. Situ Changfeng, who was in the air, was incomparably insignificant compared to the blood-prison demonic dragon. His aura expanded infinitely. Although his body was small, the entire world could become his body. With the sky as his will, with the clouds as his body, with the wind as his wings. Situ Changfeng's attack was boundlessly imposing. As the blood-prisoned demonic dragon leaped high into the air, his attack struck. Standing on the dragon's back, he pressed down on the blood-prisoned demon dragon's head and pinned it to the ground. Morong Yen and the other two quickly moved back, finally getting a chance to catch their breath. Wind God, Silver Wing Palm. A pair of silver dragon wings suddenly appeared on Yun Tianhe's back. As the dragon wings flapped, the silver light of the great path behind him immediately expanded until it covered the entire sky behind him. When Xiao Qin threw a palm strike, thousands of silver palm imprints carrying the rage of a strong wind flew towards demonic venerate Mu Yin. Sword light like leaves, falling leaves like ice. Ice falling, leaves soared. Qiu Xiuying remained expressionless as she swung her sword. The sword intent filling the air froze into ice, turning into fallen leaves drifting in the air. A cold light as resplendent as a star appeared the tip of Qiu Xiuying's sword as it headed for demonic venerate Mu Yun's chest. The two's auras flourished, and they attacked decisively, preparing to deal with demonic venerate Mu Yun in one strike. Do you think that I did not discover you? Indeed, the Dragon's Gate's outer palace is filled with a bunch of fools. Ha ha ha. Since you are here, then there is no need to leave. Great sun like blood. Demonic venerate Mu Yun had long been prepared to face the two's attacks. As he laughed maniacally, his skin suddenly ruptured, revealing a ferocious expression. Blood slowly flew out of demonic venerate Mu Yun's body drop by drop. Then it gathered into a huge ball of blood encasing him. Whoosh! The ball of blood grew increasingly resplendent and intense, dazzling and piercing. The terrifying demonic might actually contain an aura that Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying were familiar with. The aura of their race. This is dragon blood. Boom! The ball of blood exploded like the sun. Be it the thousands of palm imprints or the ice soared qi filling the air, they all shattered. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying, who sensed that something was wrong, retreated one step too late. The scarlet light knocked them back, severely injuring them. The scarlet light scattered, and demonic venerate Mu Yun laughed maniacally. You are still too inexperienced to fight with me. All of you. I will drain you of your blood and trample on your souls. I will make you suffer so much pain that you wish for death. Ha ha ha. Demonic venerate Mu Yun ferociously waved the ghost pennant in his hand, and many miniature demonic dragons came out of it. The might and aura of these demonic dragons were much weaker than that of the blood prison demonic dragon. However, there were many of them. A sinister wind blew behind demonic venerate Mu Yin, producing ghostly wails and wolf howls. More than 1,000 miniature demonic dragons flew out and surrounded Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying. The severely injured two could not catch their breath before they fell into the encirclement, overwhelmed. Damn it! Yun Tianhe's face twisted in extreme rage. The dragon wings behind him flapped continuously, but he could not do anything. On the other side, Qiu Xiuying's situation was not much better. When Situ Changfeng, who had captured the blood prison demonic dragon, saw this scene, he felt greatly startled. After observing for a while, he quickly shouted, "Miss Qiu, Brother Yin, the two of you, quickly regroup. If the two of you work together and use your sword intent to open a path and strong winds to shock the enemy, you will definitely be able to escape." Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying, who were fighting on their own, startled to their senses. That was indeed the case, so they quickly did their best to regroup. "Just take care of yourself, you fool!" Demonic venerate Mu Yun raged. Taking advantage of Situ Changfeng's distraction, the blood prison demonic dragon roared ferociously and struggled free. The blood prison demonic dragon raised its head and soared, ruthlessly flinging Situ Changfeng away. Roar! The scarlet dragon horn on the blood prison demonic dragon's head pierced towards the tumbling Situ Changfeng at lightning speed. Connected cloud steps. In the time it took for a spark to fly, flower-like clouds suddenly appeared under Situ Changfeng's feet, allowing him to move in the air. As Situ Changfeng floated around, he continuously attacked. Palm winds rumbled like thunder, shaking the surroundings and knocking back the blood prison demonic dragon. Dragon's Gate secret technique, heaven burning rage. Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from below. Murong-yen, who had rested for a while, attacked again. With a wave of his hand, the sky was instantly set ablaze. Blazing flames spread out for 1,000 miles, as if they were going to burn through the sky. Pa! The flames formed a huge palm in the sky and ruthlessly smashed the blood prison demonic dragon into the ground. Situ Changfeng took the opportunity to land. "Thank you for saving me, Brother Morong." After Situ Changfeng landed, he felt lucky. Others did not know about the danger from earlier. If he was pierced by the blood horn of the demonic dragon, he would immediately fall into an illusion. His soul would be without a place to rely on, and even a deity would not be able to save him. Murong-yen remained expressionless as he looked at the blazing blood prison demonic dragon, which was smashed to the ground by the colossal palm. He frowned slightly. Surprisingly, it was only a light wound. This demonic dragon was not made of flesh and blood, so the damage that the dragon flames could do to it was limited. This won't do. We have to instantly kill this blood prison demonic dragon. Situ, if the four of us activate our great desolate Ian bloodlines at the same time, we won't be able to kill this blood prison demonic dragon. If I use my holy venerate will to suppress it, I can instantly kill this blood prison demonic dragon. Then it will be easy to capture and kill that demonic venerate Mu Yin. Determination flashed in Murong-yan's eyes as he said sullenly, "No, the only thing we can do now is to think about how to leave. We do not hold any advantage. Since this demonic venerate Mu Yin dared to come, he must have thought of a way to deal with the great desolate Ian bloodline." Situ Changfeng analyzed calmly. "Once we stake everything on this, there will be no way out. While the blood prison demonic dragon is injured, let's save Brother Yun and Miss Qiu and leave first. We are at a disadvantage, not because we cannot defeat him. It is just that we know too little about demonic venerate Mu Yin. Next time we will be prepared. We will be able to take him down easily." Humph! Murong-yen snorted coldly. "How did the Blue Dragon Palace produce a cowardly person like you? It is just death. Why should the people of my Red Dragon Palace fear death? Let's attack. Yes, senior brother. Boom! The 3 Red Dragon Palace Corps disciples suddenly burst out with terrifying dragon might. The Overlord class bloodline from the ancient, great, desolate Ian reappeared. The 3 burst out with a red light that rivaled the blazing sun. Their eyes looked like they were painted with a golden light. Damn demonic dragon! Suffer the rage of the red dragon race. Murong Yen roared, and his forehead swelled up. A terrifying holy venerate will, supported by the great, desolate Ian bloodline. Pressed down on the demonic dragon like it was solid. 3 overwhelming wills carrying an unparalleled dragon might instantly encase the blood, prison, demonic dragon before ruthlessly pressing down. Fiery light spread out, and everything within 5,000 kilometers collapsed. 5,000 kilometers away, yellow sand surged like a tsunami in all directions, surging towards this place. Countless fireballs floated in the sky, swaying back and forth. Senior brother, the dragon, might of that blood, prison, demonic dragon, is gone. The 2 Red Dragon Palace Corps disciples exclaimed loudly, rejoicing when they sensed that extremely hateful demonic Tao dragon might vanish from their bodies. Good. Let's pursue this victory. Before the great, desolate Ian dragon might vanishes, we will deal with this demonic venerate and take revenge for our Red Dragon Palace brothers. Murong Yen shouted. Then he led the 2 towards demonic venerate Mu Yin. Stupid, lowly dragon. Demonic venerate Mu Yin revealed a mocking smile. Then he took out an evil talisman made of dragon blood and shot it over. After the dragon blood talisman landed, the blood-prisoned demonic dragon immediately burned with a large scarlet light, turning it into a scarlet sea. Malicious spirits filled the sea, making it look like hell. Roar! Waves surged, and the blood-prisoned demonic dragon was reborn in blood. Not only did it recover from all its injuries, but it even recovered to its peak even stronger. How can this be? Murong Yen and the 2 Red Dragon Palace Corps disciples were greatly startled. Despair appeared in their golden eyes. Ha ha ha! I already said that none of you can leave today. You 3 little bugs, obediently lie down and die. As demonic venerate Mu Yin laughed maniacally, the reborn blood, prison demonic dragon gave off an even stronger dragon might. It opened its mouth and spat out a clump of filthy corrosive flame, looking like it would swallow up the 3 stunned people. Sky, please protect my race. A golden light flashed in Situ Changfeng's eyes as he instantly came to life. Wind and clouds gathered around him as he held his hands in front, palms facing the sky. His veritable essence energy and soul energy drained continuously. A blue light burned in his palms. Vaguely, a strand of an ancestor dragon's dragon might traveled through time and space, coming from the distant past to hear a junior's call. 3 invisible palms instantly tossed Murong Yen and the 2 Red Dragon Palace Corps disciples tens of thousands of meters into the sky, avoiding the fatal corrosive flame and leaving the battlefield. Damn it! 3 managed to escape. However, your bloodline alone is enough to deal with 3 of them, demonic venerate Mu Yin said as he looked at the incredibly weak Situ Changfeng after executing his secret technique. Just as demonic venerate Mu Yin was about to make a move, his expression changed slightly as he sensed an extremely weak killing chi. Then he turned his head and looked in Xiao Chen's direction. Insignificant mixed blood dragon, I did not go and look for you, but you actually dared to come and overturn the sky, demonic venerate Mu Yin said as he looked at the incredibly weak Situ Changfeng after executing his secret technique. Where is he? Demonic venerate Mu Yin suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen, whom he sensed earlier, had vanished. He could not help feeling bewildered. Die. Firmament's rage. It turned out that Xiao Chen had already turned into a lightning bolt and entered the clouds. Then he descended from the sky and executed Firmament's rage. The fingers of the huge burning palm were like sabers, a boundless saber, intent spread out from the palm. When the palm landed, it completely encased demonic venerate Mu Yin. Firmament's rage. The firmament's rage that has already been cultivated to the second layer. Pleasant surprise flashed in the fatigued Situ, Chongfeng's eyes. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, Brother Shao Chen. Chapter 1893. Shao Chen found the right opportunity and struck like a bolt of lightning. It was effective in an instant. With one look, it was clear that this demonic Dao cultivator was good at controlling all sorts of demonic creatures. He had strong soul energy, but his physical defense was relatively weak. Furthermore, with Shao Chen's firmament's rage, even with defensive Dao tools and secret techniques, Shao Chen's firmament's rage would not be able to withstand it. Even if all of them were hit, it would be hard for him to escape death. Boom! As demonic venerate Mu Yun watched in despair, Shao Chen's palm strike landed. The saber, intent covering his palm, instantly riddled his body with holes. The power of thunder exploded violently, and the giant palm fell with a loud rumble. His entire body was smashed into nothingness on the spot. Without a head, he could only gather the remnant souls around him as proof that he had completed the mission. However, when Shao Chen landed on the ground and radiated his soul power, he frowned slightly. No, there wasn't a single remnant soul in the surroundings. It didn't seem like someone had died here. With Shao Chen's current cultivation, it was impossible that he couldn't find a single remnant soul when he spread out his soul power. There was only one possibility. Demonic venerate Mu Yun was not dead yet. The one he killed was just a clone. The ghost streamer on the ground suddenly flew up, and the blood-prisoned demonic dragon and many smaller demonic dragons quickly entered the ghost streamer. The ghost streamer moved as fast as lightning, turning into a beam of light and fleeing far away. Boom! A sand dune in the distance exploded. Demonic venerate Mu Yin leaped out and landed on the ghost pennant, quickly fleeing into the distance. So. When Yun Tianhe and the white dragon maiden landed on the ground, they looked deeply at Shao Chen with lingering fear. When Shao Chen was trapped earlier, he had a narrow escape. Fortunately, he had received Situ, Chongfeng's guidance. Otherwise, not to mention escaping, he would not even be able to protect himself. Even when the 5 of them worked together, they could not defeat such a horrifying demonic venerate. Yet, the moment Shao Chen appeared, he scared off demonic venerate Mu Yin. How could they not be shocked? Brother Shao Chen, thank you for saving me. Situ Chongfeng walked over tiredly and thanked him softly. Shao Chen didn't feel good accepting this gratitude. He shook his head and said, Not really. I'm just doing it for myself. Brother Situ, you don't have to be so polite. I still have to chase after this demonic venerate Mu Yin, so I'll take my leave first. Right after Shao Chen spoke, he did not want to waste any more time. Without waiting for Situ to reply, he quickly chased after demonic venerate Mu Yin. This fellow is truly abominable. He waited until we fought to the death with demonic venerate Mu Yin before making a move. Now that demonic venerate Mu Yin is injured, he is ungrateful and immediately left. Seeing Shao Chen leave, Yun Tianhe was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that he was trapped. He also wanted to chase after them, but unfortunately, his strength was not enough. However, in his current state, he was incomparably weak. There was no way for him to forcefully chase after them. However, Shao Chen's words were rather interesting. It was as if he had forgotten that he had watched Morongyan and demonic venerate Mu Yin fight for a long time before deciding to make a move. Situ Chongfeng frowned slightly and said, These are all minor matters. However, although this demonic venerate Mu Yin is injured, it is still very risky to give chase alone. Unfortunately, we still let him escape. If we had detained him earlier, we could have killed him, Chiu Xiuying said with some dissatisfaction as she looked into the distance. Situ Changfeng smiled and said, "There is no need to find it unfortunate. This demonic venerate Mu Yun is not as strong as we imagined. It is just that we do not understand him well enough. The next time we meet him, we just need to recruit a cultivator good at archery and a beast controller. We can easily defeat him. Alternatively, we can recruit a dragon race cultivator good at mental attacks. One of them can defeat him. Where's demonic venerate Mu Yin?" Just at this moment, Morong Yen and his 2 junior brothers, who had been sent out of the battlefield, rushed over anxiously. Yun Tianhe and Chiu Xiuying glanced at Morong Yen. However, they were not in the mood to bother with him. They closed their eyes and sat down cross-legged to recuperate. Situ Changfeng went over and gave a rough account of what happened. "It's that mixed-blood dragon again." Feeling upset, Morong Yen asked sullenly, "Which direction did he go?" Situ Changfeng felt helpless. After thinking for a while, he pointed in the opposite direction. "After him." Morong Yen did not hesitate to lead his 2 junior brothers in a mad dash, kicking up a trail of sand and dust. Yun Tianhe slowly opened his eyes and looked at the distant Morong Yen. Then he closed his eyes again and said indifferently, "Idiot!" At this moment, Xiao Chen, who was chasing demonic venerate Mu Yin, stood on a sand dune. When Xiao Chen looked into the distance, he could no longer see demonic venerate Mu Yin's figure. There was not even a lingering aura. He truly lives up to being a demon venerate who dared to charge into the divine dragon empire alone. He really has many backup plans. Xiao Chen said faintly. He was also a little impressed in his heart. He was cunning enough, had many tricks up his sleeve, and handled matters cautiously. When he escaped, he did not forget to remove the aura he left behind. It was indeed difficult to deal with. However, the more it was so, the more Xiao Chen wanted to chase after it. The various signs showed that this demonic venerate Mu Yin was truly injured. The destruction of his clone had significantly affected his main body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away. Even if demonic venerate Mu Yin had set up a diversion, he would have left behind some clues to lure his pursuers. If Xiao Chen did not deal with demonic venerate Mu Yin while he was injured this time, he would be even harder to deal with next time. Xiao Chen took out the death god mask and put it on. Then he closed his eyes and executed the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art with a thought. Whoosh! Demonic clouds filling the sky immediately gathered in the sky, continuously spreading out to the front. As the demonic clouds churned, they covered 500 kilometers in one breath. This was much faster than Xiao Chen's movement technique. The demonic clouds in the sky were like Xiao Chen's eyes. Everywhere he passed, he could see everything clearly under the demonic clouds. It was even clearer than what one could see with the naked eye. Every grain of sand on the ground could be clearly distinguished. More importantly, these demonic clouds were extremely sensitive to the auras of demonic Dao cultivators. As long as Xiao Qin discovered one, he could immediately lock onto the target. As the demonic clouds spread out, the clouds gradually thinned, reducing the drain on veritable essence energy. Although Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy could not cover an entire great realm like the Scarlet Blood Pyrokings, it was still incredibly dense. However, it could still cover millions of kilometers. Furthermore, Xiao Chen could consume primeval heavenly pills to replenish his drain at any time. Demonic venerate Mu Yin, who had already fled far away, sensed that there were no pursuers within 5,000 kilometers. Furthermore, demonic venerate Mu Yin had completely erased his aura along the way. A holy venerate would not be able to discover any traces at all, unless it was a sovereign personage. However, based on the information that demonic venerate Mu Yin obtained, the Dragon's Gate had not raised the rank of the mission to absolute rank yet. That way, no sovereign personage experts would come. and demonic venerate Mu Yun could rest easy. Damn it! To think that a mixed blood dragon spoiled my plans. Demonic venerate Mu Yun leaped out of the ghost pennant and cursed as he held the ghost pennant. As demonic venerate Mu Yun spoke, he could not help coughing a few times. The destruction of his demonic Dao clone had inflicted significant damage to his main body. Most importantly, his soul energy was damaged, preventing him from maintaining control over the thousands of small demonic dragons and the blood prison demonic dragon with a horrifying might. If demonic venerate Mu Yun persisted, when these demonic creatures saw that he was weakened, they would definitely attack him and destroy him. However, it does not matter. After some time, my blood prison demonic dragon will advance further, and it will be able to materialize in endless hell. At that time, even if a sovereign personage comes, I will not be afraid. When I return to the demon royal halls, my status will be even higher. Demonic venerate Mu Yun said seriously, a fanatical look flashing in his eyes. That's not right. Why do I feel like someone is targeting me? Suddenly, demonic venerate Mu Yun looked up and was shocked to discover that demonic clouds had gathered above him at some point in time. Someone of the demonic Dao. Demonic venerate Mu Yun grasped the ghost pennant in his hand tightly with his right hand. His eyes showed uncertainty as he raised his guard. Whoosh! Shao Qin, who was far away, suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of demonic eyes appeared in the demonic clouds that gathered above demonic venerate Mu Yun in the sky. Might I ask which expert you are? Since we are on the same path, why not show yourself? Demonic venerate Mu Yun asked somewhat nervously, praying that the person who came was not too strong. No one answered him. The pair of eyes that appeared in the demonic clouds glanced at him before vanishing silently. Whoosh! Shao Qin turned into a flash of lightning and merged with the demonic clouds. His speed immediately increased by more than 100 times. In merely one breath, he rushed over. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the clouds and struck a sand dune. Then Shao Qin appeared on the sand dune and looked coldly at demonic venerate Mu Yun. Demonic clouds gathered from all directions, churning like the tide. The demonic clouds became thinner and thicker. The demonic might in the sky slowly strengthened. Under the demonic might, the air turned viscous. No wind could move it. I and the blood prison demonic palaces, demonic venerate Mu Yun. Why are you here? If it is for the dragon blood, I can give you half of what I have. Shao Qin, who wore the death god mask, had his aura isolated. Demonic venerate Mu Yun could not see through Shao Qin at all. He only found Shao Qin mysterious and unfathomable. His expression immediately turned extremely grave. That mask looked exquisite. There were 2 rows of mysterious scriptures on the white mask. With one glance, one found it strange and felt fear in one's heart. If one continued to look, one would feel fear in one's heart, not daring to continue looking. Sir, don't be too greedy. Half of the dragon blood is already my greatest concession. Demonic venerate Mu Yun snorted coldly, and the ghost pennant in his hand fell heavily. An overwhelming demonic might surged out from his body. I don't want your dragon blood. What do you want? I can give you whatever I can. Everything is negotiable. I'll kill you. When demonic venerate Mu Yun heard that, he immediately became enraged. He waved the ghost pennant in his hand and said, "This old man has been enduring for so long. You really think that I am easy to bully? Die!" The blood prison demonic dragon darted out of the banner like a bolt of lightning, carrying an even stronger demonic dragon might as it swept toward Shao Qin. As Shao Qin sensed the vast demonic clouds in the sky, he could look down on the surroundings without moving. It was a wonderful feeling to look down on the world. Looking at the charging blood prison demonic dragon, Shao Qin sneered. The Cheong Qi ghost streamer appeared in his hand. With a slight wave, Cheong Qi a prehistoric fierce beast flew out. Soul Tool. Demonic Venerate Mu Yin was startled. In his fluster, he tried to summon back the blood prison demonic dragon. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! The blood prison demonic dragon instantly clashed with the great desolate Yin Cheung Chi in the air. After clashing for a while, the ferocious beast tore the blood prison demonic dragon into pieces. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun screamed in pain. His complexion pale, devoid of blood. Withdraw! Xiao Chun shouted, not wanting to overuse this Cheung Ti ghost streamer. The ferocious beast roared ferociously, shaking the surroundings before reluctantly returning to the banner. Bang! The ferocious beast's roar directly knocked Demonic Venerate Mu Yun into the air. When Demonic Venerate Mu Yun landed on the ground, he secretly held a talisman and silently circulated his secret art, making one last gamble. However, his face still showed horror and despair. As long as this person comes over, I can instantly reverse the situation. I still have a chance. I still have a chance. Whoosh! Clearly, this was just Demonic Venerate Mu Yun's wishful thinking. Then, Xiao Qin took out the God Shadow Bow and used the last of his soul energy to shoot an arrow. The instant Xiao Chun let go, the arrow stabbed into Demonic Venerate Mu Yun's chest, bringing him back to life. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun's meridians shattered and his soul scattered. His life force drained in that instant. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he removed his mask. Then he looked at Demonic Venerate Mu Yun expressionlessly. However, he still did not approach. After Xiao Chun verified that Demonic Venerate Mu Yun was truly dead, he walked over and took a look. Then he swung his saber and chopped off Demonic Venerate Mu Yun's head. Xiao Qin successfully completed the first mission. Chapter 1894. Xiao Qin took the head and destroyed the ghost pennant. After using 2 soul tools in a row, Xiao Qin felt somewhat uncomfortable. Although he had only brought out a small portion of the soul tool's might, he had drained Xiao Chen's soul energy. However, this also drained his soul energy. His mind was fatigued and his complexion paled. Actually, Xiao Qin could have killed this Demonic Venerate Mu Yun without using a soul tool. After all, this person was already severely injured in the first place and had drained a lot of his soul energy. However, it would be hard to avoid spending more time, and there might be some variables. After putting away this person's storage ring, Xiao Chun returned the way he came, not rushing or slowing down. Then he recuperated and recuperated. Xiao Chun recovered his exhausted soul energy and dealt with uncontrollable accidents. 1 hour later, Murong Yen rushed back with his 2 junior brothers. He said angrily, "Damn it! This Demonic Venerate Mu Yin ran too far away. There are no traces of him at all." Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying slowly stood up. They knew what was going on, but they showed no intention of explaining anything to Murong Yen. Yun Tianhe looked at Situ Changfeng and asked, "Changfeng, what do you think of Xiao Chen's chances of catching up to Demonic Venerate Mu Yun and killing him after that?" If Xiao Chen dealt with Demonic Venerate Mu Yin, there would be no need for them to continue wasting time here. Facing the Red Dragon race displeased him. If someone snatched away the mission, Xiao Chen would immediately leave this place and go as far as he could. Qiu Xiuying also looked at Situ Changfeng, waiting for his answer. Situ Changfeng entered deep thought. Then he said, if he can catch up, he should have an 80% chance of killing Demonic Venerate Mu Yin. Demonic Venerate Mu Yin has drained a lot of his soul energy and is severely injured. If he does not have any trump cards, only death awaits him. After all, he is facing someone who successfully cultivated Firmament's rage. However, whether or not we can catch up to him is a question. Since this person left behind a demonic path avatar as a backup, it's impossible. Since this person left behind a demonic Dao clone as a backup, he must have thought about how to escape after the clone was destroyed. Morong Yen nodded at the side and said, "Seriously, that's right. He did not leave behind any aura at all. I even used the Sex Dao tool for tracking demonic qi. In the end, I did not find any clues at all. That Xiao Chen will not be able to find him either. Violent Flame Desert is boundless." Yun Tianhe and the White Dragon Girl had weird expressions on their faces, but they still didn't say anything. "What's with your expressions? Did I say anything wrong?" Murong Yen demanded angrily when he saw Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying's strange expressions. Situ Changfeng quickly smoothed things over. He smiled and said, "That makes sense. Let's do it this way, then. Let's go first. We can't just wait here for Xiao Qin. Leave a jade slip and tell him where we're going to stay. When he comes back, he can meet up with us." Murong Yen said disdainfully, "The next time we meet this demonic venerate Mu Yin, we will need the help of a mixed blood dragon. I already have a countermeasure." "I'm afraid your countermeasure is useless." A bolt of lightning descended from the clouds in the sky. Then Xiao Qin revealed himself and slowly walked over. "I already killed demonic venerate Mu Yin." Astonishment flashed in Yun Tianhe's and the White Dragon Maiden's eyes. This development startled Morong Yen. He said sullenly, "That's impossible. My senior brother and I searched 500,000 kilometers to the northwest and did not find the aura that demonic venerate Mu Yin left behind. How could you have found him?" "Northwest?" Xiao Chun revealed a doubtful expression. He glanced at Situ Changfeng and roughly understood the reason. Then he took out demonic venerate Mu Yin's head and said, "His head is here. Do you still not believe me?" "Senior brother, it really is demonic venerate Mu Yin's head." The two red dragon cultivators could not help exclaiming when they saw it clearly. Murong Yen immediately felt extremely upset. To think that a mixed blood dragon, whom he looked down on the most, killed demonic venerate Mu Yun in his own territory. This was simply a slap to his face. Murong Yen simply could not accept this. His rage surged up and down. "Senior brother, in any case, you took revenge for our red dragon brothers. In the future, this violent flame desert will be safe. In the end, this is a good thing." The other person tried to console Morong Yen. Demonic venerate Mu Yun had killed hundreds of red dragon disciples. The red dragon race already hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him. If the red dragon race could not complete the mission, they would send out their own elders to complete it. However, the elders in the sect were all sovereign personages. They were very useful and could not be easily mobilized. Naturally, it would be best if the elders could not be mobilized. Murong Yen calmed down for a while before he regained his composure. Then he gave Xiao Qin a deep look. "Consider this my red dragon races, thanks to you. This old man has not thanked a mixed blood dragon before. You should feel honored." Murong Yen took out a jade bottle and tossed it to Xiao Qin. Then he turned around and led his two junior brothers away. Xiao Qin gently grasped the jade bottle and opened it. It was filled with primeval heavenly pills, about 3,000 of them. If it were in the past, Murong Yan's words would have upset Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin would not have let him leave so easily. Now it did not matter. Xiao Qin could tell that this Murong Yan's intelligence was somewhat lacking. There was no need to lower himself to his level. "Congratulations, Brother Xiao," Situ Changfeng said with a cupped fist salute as he walked over. Although Qiu Xiuying and Yun Tianhe were reluctant, they still came over to congratulate Xiao Qin. "You are too polite. Although I killed this demonic venerate Mu Yun by myself, I would not have been able to kill him so easily without the help of the three of you. Hence, I did not complete this mission alone. The reward is a total of 10,000 primeval heavenly pills." Xiao Chen's words stunned Situ Changfeng and the other two. After a pause, Xiao Chen continued, Originally, I only wanted 5,000 primeval heavenly pills, and split the rest evenly among the three of you. However, since Morong Yen left, I will keep 7,000. Of the 3,000 primeval heavenly pills, each of you will get 1,000. As Xiao Qin spoke, he took out the primeval heavenly pills he had and distributed them to the three. Primeval heavenly pills were good stuff. Although the core disciples of the other outer palaces had high stipends, receiving at least 2,000 primeval heavenly pills a month, or 3 or 4,000 at most. No one would complain about having too many primeval heavenly pills. However, no one would complain about having too many primeval heavenly pills. They all accepted the primeval heavenly pills with smiles. This is the first time I feel somewhat guilty. Situ Changfeng smiled, but still accepted the primeval heavenly pills. There was no need to be overly pretentious at this moment. Goodbye. Xiao Qin acted decisively. He still had 3 major missions to attend to and could not delay for too long. After dealing with the demonic venerate mission, he had to rush to the next one. As Situ Changfeng watched Xiao Qin leave, he sighed. He left in such a rush. I still wanted to chat with him along the way. However, I do not have a chance to do so. Haha, could it be that you want to befriend him? Although this person is pretty good, he is still a mixed blood dragon in the end. He will not amount to much. There is no need to waste time on him. Yun Tianhe smiled faintly. Although he did not show his disdain on his face like Morong Yen did when facing a mixed blood dragon, the pride on his face remained. After saying that, Yun Tianhe took his leave. Qiu Xiuying and Situ Changfeng said their goodbyes and quickly followed Yun Tianhe. Mixed blood dragons, mixed blood dragons, mixed blood dragons are the most common in the empire. Was the Black Dragon King's lesson not enough? Situ Changfeng smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat helpless. Back then, when the Black Dragon King waved his hand, most of the mixed blood dragons in the Divine Dragon Empire followed him, going on an expedition to the abyssal underworld. When the Black Dragon King became the prime of the underworld monarch, he nearly destroyed the entire Divine Dragon Empire. However, that period of history was too distant. The Divine Dragon descendants of the current empire had already forgotten it. Thinking of the Black Dragon King, Situ Changfeng suddenly felt excited, comparing Xiao Qin to the Black Dragon King. In the future, if this Xiao Qin waved his hand and called for help, how many mixed blood dragons would follow him? Situ Changfeng also felt that his thoughts were a little ridiculous. Situ Changfeng leaped into the air, using the sky as his will, the wind as his wings, and the clouds as his body. Then he turned into a dragon in the sky and soared far away. Soon he overtook Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying, who were still in a daze in the clouds in the sky. Blazing Sun Valley. This was one of the famous danger lands of the Divine Dragon Empire, located in Blazing Sun County. This Blazing Sun County was the territory of the Golden Dragon bloodline. Xiao Qin used the transportation formations between the counties and the light of freedom to travel in the clouds. After 7 days, he arrived at this place. There were more than 10,000 ferocious beasts in Blazing Sun Valley. Many of them had overlord-class bloodlines and were known to be unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. Fortunately, the Blazing Sun Berserk ape that Xiao Qin wanted to kill was not an overlord-class ferocious beast. However, it was still very difficult to deal with. It was a middle stage, holy venerate. Normally, it would be unrivaled among middle stage, holy venerates in pairs. However, this was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that this Blazing Sun Berserk ape had a berserk bloodline. After it entered a berserk state, it could burst out with the strength of a late-stage holy venerate. This mission could only be accomplished with intelligence, not brute force. The only good news was that ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts, after all. Unless they were like the 6-tailed heavenly fox, they were much less intelligent than humans. As long as one was not stupid, one would be able to think of a way to deal with them. 3 days later, Shao Qin found the aura of a blazing sun berserk ape in the perilous Blazing Sun Valley. However, what surprised Shao Qin was that someone had already started fighting with the Blazing Sun berserk ape. Chapter 1895. Someone beat me to it? This was something unexpected. After all, this mission was not like the earlier assassination mission, which was not shared with the other palaces. Given this, it could only be that someone else wanted to obtain this Blazing Sun berserk ape's beast core. The Blazing Sun berserk ape possessed a berserk bloodline. Its beast core was very valuable and could be refined into a medicinal pill with a berserk effect. If one could reduce or eliminate the side effects, then the refined medicinal pill would tempt even Shao Qin. Just think about it. It could instantly raise one's cultivation by several times. That was simply horrifying. Even if there were some side effects, it could be used as a trump card to turn the tide at a critical moment. It was still very attractive. After withdrawing his aura, Shao Qin silently appeared on a mountain peak. Then he opened his heavenly eye. The heavenly eye soared into the sky and hid in the clouds. Immediately, Shao Qin saw the scene of that person fighting the Blazing Sun berserk ape. That person fought two Blazing Sun berserk apes alone on the lava-covered land without being at a disadvantage. That person wore golden dragon robes and a purple gold crown on his head. He also wore several rings with gems embedded on his fingers. That person exuded a noble aura. Strands of golden dragon qi circled his body. That person's cultivation was not high, only early stage, holy venerate. However, his aura and the air that he gave off were stronger than several late-stage holy venerates that Shao Qin had seen before. The 6-color divine dragons, the golden dragon race. Shao Qin muttered to himself. The golden dragon race was the strongest of the 6-colored divine dragons. The current dragon emperor, who was also the Dragon's Gate's master, was the current dragon emperor. The golden dragon emperor held supreme authority in the divine dragon empire, and his strength was incredibly horrifying. Naturally, the overall strength of the golden dragon race was higher than that of the other 5 races. Without the corresponding strength, one could not take the position of dragon emperor. The other 5 races were not people to be trifled with. When the 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes worked together, their strength equaled that of a late-stage holy venerate. Furthermore, they did not go berserk. If they went berserk, their overall strength would be even higher. This person dared to fight 1 against 2. He was truly confident in his strength. Shao Qin squinted and discovered that the 5 rings on the other party's hand were all inherited Dao tools. Looking at the golden dragon robe, it was also an inherited Dao treasure. In other words, this person could use the power of 6 great Daos. This Shao Qin felt somewhat speechless. In reality, inherited Dao tools were even more useful than soul tools from a certain point of view. Shao Qin could not bring out a soul tool at full power. He could only use it slightly and could not control it freely. As for inherited Dao tools, he could use them casually. As a holy venerate, he could easily bring out the full might of inherited Dao tools. With so many inherited Dao tools, it was no wonder this person was so confident, daring to barge into Blazing Sun Valley alone and fight 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes alone. The Blazing Sun berserk ape was covered in long, fiery red fur. When it stood upright, its fur looked like it was on fire when it fought. Its body was as large as a small mountain, and it let out angry roars from time to time, causing the surrounding lava to explode. Terrifying waves of fire burst out and soared into the sky before turning into burning flames. When they fell, they were like blazing meteors, dazzling and resplendent. They crashed into the ground with a huge impact. This resulted in an even bigger explosion, and the surrounding waves of fire never stopped. That golden dragon race cultivator fought steadily, occasionally using his great Dao energy to easily resolve the various dangers, dealing with them calmly. Shao Qin thought to himself, thinking of countermeasures. The reward for the Blazing Sun Valley mission was slightly less, only 8,000 primeval heavenly pills. However, to Xiao Qin this was a huge sum. He absolutely could not give up on it. However, someone had already beaten him to his target, and the battle had gone on for a long time. Xiao Qin did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Xiao Qin could only search for other targets. There were many ferocious beasts in Blazing Sun Valley. It would not be easy to find other Blazing Sun berserk apes. For example, Xiao Qin had searched for the target before him for several days before finding it after much difficulty. If he was unlucky, he would have spent even more time. How unfortunate. Xiao Qin shook his head and left decisively to search for other Blazing Sun berserk apes. For hours after Xiao Qin left, the 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes finally lost their patience and went berserk. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, turning into a sea of lava. Only a few places could stand. A strong and berserk aura spread out from the 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes. Their heavy breathing sounded ear-splitting like thunder. At this moment, the most suitable countermeasure was to put some distance between them. Xiao Qin could not clash head-on with the 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes. After this period, it would be time to reap the harvest. However, this young golden dragon race cultivator revealed a smile on his face. He did not show any signs of pulling away. Anticipation flashed in this young golden dragon race cultivator's eyes as he muttered, "They finally went berserk. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time already." This young golden dragon race cultivator did not move at all as he stood on the sea of flames. The 2 berserk Blazing Sun berserk apes charged at him without even thinking. Bang! 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 With every step the Blazing Sun berserk apes took, they kicked up tsunami-like fiery splashes, shaking the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Terrifying roars spread out, causing many ferocious beasts to flee in fear. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes landed on the golden dragon race cultivator at nearly the same time. His golden dragon robes glowed. The golden dragon motifs on his robes seemed to come to life, forming a golden dragon shield around him. Cassier! The dragon shield immediately shattered. The huge rebound knocked the 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes into the air. The 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes crashed into the sea of flames, kicking up large waves. When the waves fell, it looked like fire rained down from the sky. The 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes were severely injured. The earlier dragon shield seemed to have some trick to it. The stronger the attack, the more severe the injury. The auras of the severely injured Blazing Sun berserk apes instantly plummeted from their peak. They were even weaker than before they went berserk. Die then. The yellow-robed cultivator snorted coldly. Under his control, the shattered golden light in the air shattered. Under his control, the shattered golden light in the air carried the golden dragon's might as it flew out. Cassier! Cassier! Thousands upon thousands of incredibly sharp golden shards stabbed into the bodies of the 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes. The life force of the 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes immediately drained rapidly. It only took a moment for them to go from peak to end. The Blazing Sun berserk apes lost their patience, but so did the yellow-robed cultivator. He had never thought of dodging these berserk Blazing Sun berserk apes. The 5 gemstone rings on the yellow-robed cultivator's hands flashed at the same time. Then 5 Tao discs appeared behind the yellow-robed cultivator. Layers of Tao might layered over each other, and his aura reached an incredible level. Then he punched. A 5-colored fist wind kicked up boundless waves, finishing off this dying Blazing Sun berserk ape. The yellow-robed cultivator revealed a smile after successfully retrieving the beast core. With 2 beast cores, it is time to search for the remaining Blazing Sun berserk apes. 2 days later, Xiao Chen's luck was pretty good. He found a pair of blazing sun berserk apes at the foot of a desolate mountain. He did not rush to make a move, patiently observing them. As he observed this pair of blazing sun berserk apes from afar, he kept his guard up against the other ferocious beasts in the valley. Xiao Chen had a hard time. For the past 3 days, he had been observing the 2 blazing sun berserk apes' every move in great detail. Xiao Chen was not like the golden dragon race cultivator, who was covered in inherited Dao tools. He could only be cautious and create the most suitable opportunity to attack. If only the demon blood vulture were here. With its speed and strength, it could easily lure one away for Xiao Chen. However, that did not matter. After observing for 3 days, Xiao Chen finally found an opportunity. The 2 blazing sun berserk apes did not always forage together. They also took turns to forage, but there was no pattern. On this day, the opportunity that Xiao Chen had found came. One of the blazing sun berserk apes came out alone again. However, it did not stray too far from its companion. As long as it roared, it would quickly receive a response. If Xiao Chen attacked head-on, the other blazing sun berserk ape would definitely sense it. Whoosh! Standing on the mound, Xiao Chen took out the Soul Slayer bow. Then he drew back the bowstring and fired an arrow, striking the blazing sun berserk ape that went out to forage. That blazing sun berserk ape immediately became enraged and charged in the direction of the arrow. The other blazing sun berserk ape found this slightly strange. However, it did not sense any danger. Since its companion did not call out to it, it did not pay it any mind. Just like that, Xiao Chen leaped around the mountain, luring this blazing sun berserk ape further away. However, he still did not show himself. This drove this blazing sun berserk ape crazy. It's almost time. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and put away the Soul Slayer bow. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the clouds. In the next moment, Xiao Chen arrived before the blazing sun berserk ape that had been left behind. This blazing sun berserk ape already felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to give chase, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared and launched an attack at him. Just like that, the distance between the 2 blazing sun berserk apes widened. As Xiao Chen dealt with the blazing sun berserk ape's pursuit, he carefully avoided the territories of some overlord-class ferocious beasts. He lured the blazing sun berserk ape to a remote area. For the past 3 days, Xiao Chen had been observing the actions of these 2 blazing sun berserk apes. However, his heavenly eye did not stop. He had already grasped the terrain and the ferocious beasts within 1,000,000 miles. Only by making ample preparations did this operation go smoothly. For hours later, Xiao Chen stopped on a vast piece of black land. He silently turned around and instantly executed Firmament's rage. Boom! The colossal palm carried the rage of a great, desolate Aeon ancestor dragon as it descended from the sky. Its fingers were like sabers, flickering with electric light as it smashed at the blazing sun berserk ape chasing after him. That blazing sun berserk ape had never expected its prey, which had been fleeing, to suddenly attack. Caught off guard, the blazing sun berserk ape got struck by Firmament's rage. The blazing sun berserk ape's colossal body was smashed down in midair. The blazing sun berserk ape's coarse skin and thick flesh immediately became riddled with wounds. Electric light flickered endlessly as the blazing sun berserk ape lay on the ground, howling in pain. His anguished wails contained a shocking rage. Boom! The instant the blazing sun berserk ape got up, it suddenly entered a berserk state. A blood-like flame burned on its body. The blazing sun berserk ape stared straight at Xiao Chen, and a terrifying ferocious might press down on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and the mountain behind him instantly shattered under this ferocious might, vanishing without a trace. It went berserk in advance. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The situation before him somewhat surpassed his expectations. The main reason was that Firmament's rage was too mighty. The moment Shao Qin attacked, it injured the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape, making it feel threatened. If the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape did not go berserk, its injuries would worsen, and it would have no chance of defeating Shao Qin. However, that's fine. It will be fine after this period. After the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape went berserk, Shao Qin was not willing to clash head-on with it. He would suffer greatly with every exchange. Using Light of Freedom's movement technique, Shao Qin turned into lightning and continuously clashed with the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. The Blazing Sun Berserk Ape swatted at Shao Qin like it was swatting a fly. However, it could not land a hit on Shao Qin. The horrifying attacks completely changed the landscape, turning it into a scene of desolation, riddled with thousands of holes. The ground cracked, covering 5,000 kilometers. Shattered rocks filled the air, covering the sun and sky. Boom! Just at a certain moment, Shao Qin felt the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's aura drop. The electric light turned into a lightning dragon, charging over with a boundless dragon might of thunder. The Blazing Sun Berserk Ape got knocked into the air. When it landed, it blasted out a huge pit. No matter how hard it tried, it could not stand up. Whoosh! The lightning dragon circled around, and Shao Qin landed at the edge of the huge pit. Then he looked coldly at this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. After all, ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts. Their intelligence could not compare to that of cultivators. Of course, cultivators like Morong Yen did not count. In hindsight, Morong Yen was actually very similar to this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. Just as Shao Qin prepared to deliver the final strike with the tyrant's saber, a disharmonious voice rang out behind him. Not bad. This young master feels gratified that there is a talent like you among the mixed blood dragons. Step back, then. I want this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's beast core. I, Qi Nao Yin, owe you a favor. In the future, you can come to the Golden Dragon Palace to repay me. Chapter 1896. Qi Nao Yin? Shao Qin turned around and saw that it was the Golden Dragon race cultivator that he noticed a few days ago. Based on this person's tone, this person seemed to have a great background in the Golden Dragon Palace and was rather famous in the Divine Dragon Empire. It seemed like as long as this person reported his name, many things could be easily resolved. Based on this person's attire and inherited Dao tools, this person clearly had the confidence to say such words. If it was someone else, they would be treated as an idiot if they said such a thing. This person spoke very logically, as if this was how it should be. Since I reported my name, you have to do as I say. I owe you a favor. In the future, you can come to the Golden Dragon Palace to repay me. However, Shao Qin had not heard of this person before. In reality, he did not know many people in the Divine Dragon Empire either. Shao Qin was more concerned about something else. This person had stayed by his side for such a long time without making a single sound. This person should have planned this and observed him for a long time. For him to not notice him, he was indeed strong. However, this had to do with Shao Qin's focus on the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. After all, after that Blazing Sun Berserk Ape went berserk, it could severely injure him with a casual strike. Shao Qin could not afford to be distracted. What's wrong? Are you not willing? Qi Nao Yin frowned, appearing dissatisfied. A trace of anger flashed on his face. Shao Qin thought for a while before saying, "This mission is worth 8,000 primeval heavenly pills in the Heaven Dragon Palace. I do not know the price of failure. If you give me 8,000 primeval heavenly pills and personally write that you will bear the price of failure for me, I can give it to you." After thinking for a long time, Shao Qin felt that he was rather sincere. After all, he did not need this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's beast core. As long as the other party could satisfy his conditions, he would not mind giving it to the other party. "You want to negotiate with me?" Rage flared in Qin Aoyan's eyes. 5 Tao discs of different colors appeared behind him. Layered Tao might spread out in the world. While Qin Aoyan was in a daze, there seemed to be a vast nation behind him, raising his aura to an untouchable height. Even though they were at eye level, it gave off the illusion that they had to look up to him. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, naturally. How can I give you the blazing sun berserk, ape's beast core if I do not negotiate a good condition? I won't take advantage of you, but I will at least make up for my losses. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. This young master already said that I owe you a favor. Yet you're still trying to bargain with me? When Qin Aoyan saw that Xiao Chen was unwilling to hand over the beast core, he immediately flew into a rage. Scram! When Xiao Chen punched, a 5-colored fist wind containing the great Tao energies of ice, fire, lightning, strong wind, holy light, and many other great Tao descended on him. When Xiao Chen saw this, he couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. It was all superficial knowledge. It looked like a grand display of power, but in reality, there was not a single specialization. Against ordinary people or ferocious beasts, its power was truly boundless. However, to anyone who had reached small perfection in great Tao energy, even if that Xiao Jinyu were here, they would be able to easily deal with this attack. As for Xiao Chen, it was even easier. Xiao Chen held the tyrant saber with both hands as it landed quietly in front of him, touching the ground with its scabbard. As Xiao Chen watched the gale of gale descend, his expression fluctuated endlessly. When the densely packed gale of fist lights containing all sorts of great Tao energy landed, Xiao Chen's saber intent erupted. Strands of saber chi appeared out of nowhere and shot out of his physical body. Dang! 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 The saber chi scattered the thousands of gale of fist lights, not injuring Xiao Chen at all. More accurately, the attacks did not even get within 100 meters of him. An azure-colored Tao disc flickered behind Xiao Chen. It was as calm and peaceful as the wind, just like Xiao Chen's calm heart. He was neither arrogant nor rash, calm and unruffled. Young Master Qin, don't push things too far, Xiao Chen said indifferently as he looked at Qin Aoyan. Qin Aoyan felt enraged. The scene before him, combined with Xiao Chen's words, was clearly threatening him. You mixed blood dragon, to think that you dare to threaten me. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Emperor Dragon Fist, boundless sovereign grace. The golden dragon chi circling Qin Aoyan merged into one strand and soared into the clouds, turning into emperor's might filling the sky and hanging there. When Qin Aoyan moved, he punched. A punch filled with emperors might tyrannically headed for Xiao Chen. The vast divine dragon empire seemed to turn into a huge ship that supported the heavens. This punch activated the precise gears of the empire's huge ship. Kassier! Kassier! The fist wind caused the words empire to roll out. This person is a direct descendant of the golden dragon race's dragon emperor. Xiao Chen felt startled in his heart. In other words, this person was like a prince or king of a dynasty with a royal bloodline. Is he the dragon god crown prince? That can't be. If the dragon god crown prince were so exaggerated, then the divine dragon empire would no longer be ruled by the golden dragon race. Or perhaps everyone in the golden dragon race can use the empire's dragon might? That is possible. After all, the golden dragon race is of the same bloodline. As long as one has the golden dragon bloodline, one would more or less have some connection to the dragon emperor. However, no matter who you are, since you are unwilling to agree to my conditions, don't pester me endlessly. Xiao Chen would not take the initiative to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of it. If someone came to bully him, then don't blame him for being impolite. Firmament's rage. When Xiao Chen saw the vast empire surging towards him, he did not even think before executing Firmament's rage. Boom! An ancient dragon might from the great desolate aeon tore through the clouds in the sky like the rage of heaven. The rage from a great, desolate aeon ancestor dragon immediately surged in Shao Chen's body as he threw a palm strike. Shao Chen vented this boundless rage to his heart's content. A huge burning palm covered half the sky as Shao Chen threw a palm strike. Rumble! The huge palm immediately shattered the formless empire. The saber chi from the 5 fingers tore the shattered empire into pieces. Then, the lightning that followed quickly blasted the pieces into nothing. In the blink of an eye, the vague divine dragon empire with the boundless dragon might vanished. This flabbergasted Qin Ao Yin. Flabbergasted and flabbergasted. How can this be? Not wanting to waste time with Qin Ao Yin, Shao Chun soared into the air and drew his tyrant saber. A startling saber intent tore through the sky. Knowing that the dragon robes Qin Ao Yin wore were an inherited Dao tool, Shao Chen directly used his strongest saber move, resolving the mundane. Shao Chen needed to end the battle with one saber strike and leave, resolving the mundane, cutting off the 6 desires. Only I am eternal. The emotions of the mundane world immediately vanished from Shao Chen's face. Shao Chen's stern face was like a blank sheet of paper. It was not cold, but it chilled one's heart to the extreme. When the eternal saber light landed, it shattered the other party's dragon-patterned shield in one breath. However, to Shao Chen's surprise, a force quickly rebounded. Very quickly, a force bounced back. It was his enlightenment heart. Boom! The impact knocked Shao Chen back, causing him to vomit blood. When he landed on the ground, he knelt on one knee. His complexion was pale, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. A mixed blood dragon is indeed a mixed blood dragon. You have not even heard of the dragon pattern battlesuit that I am wearing. How pitiful! Qin Ao Yin flew back 50 kilometers, but he was not injured at all. Mockery flashed on his face, his eyes filled with the pride and pity of an expert. Shao Chen wiped off the blood at a corner of his lips and revealed a smile. However, this smile made Qin Ao Yin feel flustered for some reason. Still not scramming? Emperor Dragon Fist, Sovereign Descent. Qin Ao Yin did not want to be long-winded. This punch was incredibly fast, descending from the sky like an emperor descending, carrying a supreme dragon might. Qin Ao Yin suddenly appeared above Shao Chen's head. A vast dragon might sealed off the surroundings, causing space to ripple and hindering Shao Chen's movement technique. This punch contained Qin Ao Yin's holy venerate will. Furthermore, it was incredibly fast. If Shao Chen got struck, he would be in an even worse situation. However, while Qin Ao Yin was fast, Shao Chen was faster. The instant Qin Ao Yin punched, Shao Chen turned into a flash of lightning and landed on a distant mountain summit. Boom! Qin Ao Yin's punch missed, only leaving a city-sized pit in the ground. Even the dust turned to dust. Qin Ao Yin stood up and looked at Shao Chen, who was on the distant mountain summit. Then he said, coldly, I have the dragon pattern battle suit. It is impossible for you to break my defense. You have no chance of victory. If you leave now, I will take it as nothing happened. Is that so? Shao Chen took out the Soul Slayer bow and aimed it at Qin Ao Yin. Is it useful? Qin Ao Yin's lips curled up in a disdainful smile. This dragon pattern battlesuit had another set of formations to deal with long-range attacks. He did not fear it at all. A strand of heart flame ignited, and the arrow shot out like a meteor, instantly striking Qin Ao Yin. Bang! Blood leaked out of Qin Ao Yin's lips as he looked at the arrow that pierced through the barrier and stabbed into his chest. Then he revealed a strange expression. Whoosh! 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 Before the old man could understand what was going on, Shao Chen shot out arrows like rain. In an instant, the old man was riddled with arrows, looking like a hornet's nest. The heart flame, a simplified version of heart force, completely ignored the dragon-patterned battlesuit's defense. This completely surpassed Qin Outyan's understanding. Qin Outyan was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Earlier, he had been arrogant and despotic, but now he lost his temper. Qin Outyan's internal organs were all injured. A sapphire ring on his finger gave off a gentle light as it helped him recover from his injuries. However, his injuries were too severe, and it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Shao Qin appeared and landed in front of Qin Outyan. You! Qin Outyan pointed at Shao Qin. Before he could say another word, Shao Qin kicked him into the air. Then Shao Qin flew forward and pulled out the arrows on Qin Outyan's body one by one. Every time Shao Qin pulled out an arrow, Qin Outyan would scream like a dying pig in pain. However, Shao Qin turned a deaf ear to it. He only stopped after retrieving all the arrows. I have indeed never seen this dragon pattern battle suit before. I'll take it back and study it properly. Thank you, then. With a wave of his hand, Shao Qin removed the flickering golden battle suit on Qin Outyan's body and put it in his storage ring. Shameless fellow, this is the battle suit that my big brother gave me. I, Qin Outyan, will definitely not let you off. I swear it. Qin Outyan roared in pain as he pointed at Shao Qin, his arms trembling. Shao Qin looked at Qin Outyan, who was on the verge of collapsing. Then he shook his head slightly. Just be a young master at home. Why go out and take risks? Don't you know that this world is very dangerous? Fortunately, Shao Qin ran into Shao Qin. Pity flashed in Shao Qin's eyes. Then he punched Qin Outyan's face heavily, pulverizing his handsome facial features. Qin Outyan fainted from the pain, and the world became peaceful. After removing the spiritual mark in the dragon pattern battle suit and leaving his own mark, Shao Qin revealed a satisfied smile. This dragon pattern battle suit was indeed pretty good. It was worth studying. Chapter 1897. After putting away the dragon pattern battle suit, Shao Qin took away the blazing sun berserk ape's beast core. Then he collected all the valuable parts of the blazing sun berserk ape. It's time to leave. Although Shao Qin had spent some time and encountered some mishaps, he had successfully completed the mission. Now, there were only 2 missions left. One was to eliminate the demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, and the other was to enter the underground world to help the Dragon's Gate snatch back its lost resource points. Of the 2 missions, there was no need to think too much. It would be better to complete the first one first. The underground world was also known as the Abyssal Underworld. The 4 dynasties and 8 great empires all interacted with it. The waters were very deep. Holy venerates were nothing in there. Sometimes startling battles would erupt. Even divine vein powerhouses would appear. However, since the mission given by the sect was a rank 1 mission, it should not exceed the limits of a holy venerate. There were still some guarantees. If it exceeded that, it would definitely be a peerless rank 1 mission. However, the Underground World mission was specially marked as a peak rank 1 mission. It was extremely dangerous and recommended 3 people to complete it. 1 hour after Shao Qin left, 2 old men suddenly appeared where he was. The 2 old men's cultivations were extremely horrifying. Although they were not sovereign personages, yet they were still very strong. Although they were not sovereign personages, their auras already reached the limits of late-stage holy venerate. Their gazes were sharp, and their dragon might was strong. Whoosh! The 2 old men arrived beside Qin Outyan. When they took a look, they were stupefied. Qin Outyan's handsome face now looked like shit. If not for the 2 old men following Qin Outyan for a long time, they would not have recognized him. Who did this? This is too ruthless. Stop talking. Quickly reassemble young master's bones. Otherwise, if he sees his current state, he will probably feel like dying. However, this difficulty is simply too high. Even if we reassemble it, it will be difficult for it to return to its original state. I I really don't know where to start." The two old men sighed. However, after checking, they found that although Qi Naoyin was severely injured, they were not fatal. Qi Naoyin could recover quickly with some good medicinal pills. Of the inherited Dao tools on him, only the dragon pattern battlesuit was missing. He still had all 5 rings. However, the missing dragon pattern battlesuit was the most valuable of all the inherited Dao tools. What should I do? How am I going to explain this to the young master? That dragon pattern battlesuit has been passed down in the Qin family for several generations. Now that it's gone, we're in big trouble. It's fine. Eldest young master has always been impartial. This time, it was young master who insisted on not letting us go in. I believe that eldest young master will not blame us. I hope so. Xiao Qin didn't know about this, but even if he knew, he wouldn't regret what he had done. The 18 bandits of the demon Cloud Mountain. The demonic Cloud Mountain was not a mountain, but it was indeed a mountain. This sounded contradictory, but it was true. The demonic Cloud Mountain was a legacy Dao artifact. Moreover, it was a rather impressive legacy Dao artifact. As long as Xiao Qin had sufficient resources, he would be able to refine it into a soul tool in the future. There were many capable people among the 18 great bandits. Some were good at formations, some were good at alchemy, some were good at divination, and some were good at smithing. There were experts in every field. Because of this, they were able to divine good or bad fortune and turn misfortune into fortune every time. The 18 great bandits could divine whether a sovereign personage expert would come to kill them. If there was, they would immediately flee. The demonic Cloud Mountain entered the starry heavens, hidden in the boundless universe. It was boundlessly vast, making it impossible to find. The Dragon's Gate had been keeping an eye on this group of great bandits for many years. However, it could not do anything to them. If the Dragon's Gate sent a strong person, the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits would flee in advance. If the Dragon's Gate sent a weak person, the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits would end up being killed. If the Dragon's Gate sent a divine vein expert to prevent the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits from making a divination, it would be overkill. Divine vein powerhouses disdained making a move on these holy venerates. This gave the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon a headache. The mission to eliminate the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits had been pending for many years, but it had never been completed. The reward was very high, a total of 13,000 primeval heavenly pills, nearly equal to a core disciple's annual stipend. Xiao Qin used the Dragon's Gate's strong intelligence network throughout the empire to find out news of the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits. Then he quickly rushed over. Divine Dragon Empire, Smoky Cloud County. There was a very conspicuous mountain peak hidden in the Smoky Cloud Mountain Range, the largest mountain range in the Smoky Cloud County. However, this Smoky Cloud Mountain Range spanned from north to south. It was simply too vast. No one would notice the strangeness of a mountain peak. The mountain peak towered into the clouds. However, the clouds around it were pitch black and surging with demonic qi. This mountain peak, which was not much different from an ordinary mountain peak, was the infamous demonic Cloud Mountain. A white-clad youth sat on a mountain summit in the distance. He had a treasured saber at his waist, and he had a delicate face. Clouds and mist surrounded him, giving him the air of someone from ancient times. When the clouds and mist on the peak of the mountain dispersed, he noticed to his surprise that the white-clothed young man was sitting on a blood-red bird. This large scarlet bird had a sharp gaze, its eyes glowing with a golden light. Its scarlet feathers were bright and glistening. Its body stood tall, and the golden line in its tail feathers looked exceptionally eye-catching. Naturally, the white-clad bladesman was Xiao Qin. That large scarlet bird was the awakened demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture consumed the scarlet blood beast pill and turned into a scarlet cocoon for several months. This breakthrough was indeed extraordinary. Not only did the demon blood vulture advance to wholly venerate, but its mutated bloodline also improved. The demon blood vulture's demonic might became even stronger. It awakened some of the incomplete memories hidden in its bloodline and grasped many new skills. Its strength was no longer the same as before. 3 to 5 regular holy venerates would not be sufficient before it. Demonic Cloud Mountain. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he looked at the distant mountain peak. The Dragon's Gate's information on the demonic Cloud Mountain had always been rather accurate. However, knowing was one thing. Whether they could destroy it or not was another matter. If Xiao Chen were a sovereign personage now, then the demonic Cloud Mountain before Xiao Chen would definitely vanish in advance, not letting Xiao Chen discover it. There were divination experts among the 18 great bandits. They could divine some crucial clues in advance, allowing them to roam freely for so many years. This showed that the divination experts were rather skilled. Master, when are we going to kill our way over? I'm dying of thirst. The demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, sounding impatient. There's no rush. Let me prepare for a while. Xiao Chen stabbed his saber into the ground and took out the god's shadow bow. Then he slowly stroked it. This soul tool was undoubtedly his greatest reliance. Honestly speaking, it would be difficult for Xiao Chen to deal with these 18 infamous great bandits with his own strength. If he was not careful, he might end up dying. If Xiao Chen focused on fleeing, he would not be afraid of the 18 great bandits catching up. However, the mission required him to kill these 18 great bandits. Inside the demonic Cloud Mountain, this was a mysterious black space. That pitch-black space was empty. Nothing could be seen. It seemed infinitely large and infinitely small at the same time, mysterious and unfathomable. Boom! Suddenly, a clump of light appeared in the pitch-black space. Boundless stars appeared in the ceiling, looking boundless and vast. Ninth brother, are you done divining yet? Are there really no sovereign personages targeting us this time? A vague voice came from that clump of light in the pitch-black space. I have divined 3 times. There is indeed no one. However, it is too hard to divine who is coming. However, I am certain that it is not a sovereign personage. Another clump of light appeared in the mysterious space, replying to the person who spoke earlier. Hee. It's good that there are no sovereign personages. Without a sovereign personage around, our demonic Cloud Mountain is sufficient to sweep through the place. No matter how many holy venerates come, it will be useless. Ha ha ha. I hope that it is a heaven-class core disciple of one of the outer palaces who comes. Just thinking about it makes me drool. The heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces are all very fat. Heaven-class core disciples probably have life-saving means. They are not that easy to kill. This old man hopes that there will be more holy venerates. That way, they will think that they can break through the demonic Cloud Mountain with numbers. Hee. First brother, what should we target this time? The Smoke Cloud County's MO clan is an average-sized clan. I just received news that their clan's sovereign personage has passed away. The sovereign personage of their clan already passed away. There is no need to fear them. I can't wait any longer. The last time we made a move was 1 year ago, right? That was really satisfying. Eighth brother, you bastard. You want to destroy a clan every time, not even letting off the children. Ha ha ha. However, don't fight with me this time. Leave the matter of destroying the clan to me. Ha ha ha. No problem. As long as we, the demonic Cloud 18 great bandits, work together, we will be able to sweep through the place. There is nothing we cannot do. In the pitch-black space, more and more lights appeared, and the sounds of discussion became more and more heated. Just at this moment, Lord Jiu's eyebrows twitched slightly. His heart skipped a beat for some reason. For those who practice divination, the appearance of this inexplicable sign was an extremely terrifying matter. Lord Jiu's expression changed drastically as he frantically divined. The clump of light that represented Lord Jiu became incredibly resplendent, blazing and dazzling. "Lord Jiu, what's wrong? What's going on?" Such a strange change made the other great bandits feel that something was wrong. "Big brother, quickly leave. Quickly activate the demonic cloud mountain to leave. The person who comes has a soul tool. If we do not leave now, it will be too late." The light shattered, and Lord Jiu vomited a mouthful of blood. After he spoke of the results of his divination, he fainted. The others went into a huge commotion, feeling shocked. Far away, a brilliant light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he drew his bow. Xiao Chen had already infused all his soul energy into the bow. However, this was still not enough. He continued to pour in his veritable essence energy. A clump of heart flame appeared on Xiao Chen's fingertip and spread into the arrow, merging with it. Xiao Chen's body wobbled slightly, on the verge of fainting at any moment. However, he still did his best to persevere. He maintained his strong willpower and continued to infuse his veritable essence energy into the god's shadow bow, continuously challenging his limits. Whoosh! When Xiao Chen felt that he had reached his limits, he let go, and the arrow shot out. The arrow was so fast that Xiao Chen could not catch it. The demonic cloud mountain, which had just soared into the air, exploded the instant Xiao Chen let go. Miserable shrieks rang out as 18 figures were blasted into the air. The god shadow bow's arrow blasted the entire demonic cloud mountain into countless shards that surged out and formed tens of thousands of storms. When the storm spread out, it shattered the surrounding peaks. Xiao Chen jumped off the demon blood vulture's back, somewhat weakly. However, a cold and emotionless murderous intent appeared on his pale face. He said coldly, "None of you are allowed to escape. Leave no one alive. If anyone escapes, I will hold you responsible." "Yes, master." The impatient demon blood vulture screeched and turned into a scarlet arrow as it shot out. Chapter 1898. One arrow exploded the demonic Cloud Mountain range. The 18 great bandits were all inside. Naturally, none of them could escape. They would all be affected. The inherited Tao tool exploded. The damage to the 18 great bandits could be easily imagined. It was already rare that they did not die on the spot when the Tao tool exploded. Sending the demon blood vulture to clean up the mess was the best option. On the summit, Xiao Qin took out a primeval heavenly pill and swallowed it. Then he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to recover. Miserable cries rang out endlessly in the misty cloud mountain range. Xiao Chan ignored them, meditating and recuperating. That earlier arrow drained all his soul energy and veritable essence energy. He even overdrew on a portion of his life force. Otherwise, the God Shadow Bao would not have been able to unleash such vast might. Normally, only rank 5 sects and above had soul tools that could be used as the sect's cornerstone weapon. Even a sovereign personage could not bring out the full might of a soul tool. Although Xiao Chun had vast veritable essence energy as a star venerate, his soul energy was still lacking. Every time he used a soul tool, he would suffer a significant backlash. Xiao Qin absolutely could not use it unless he had no other choice. He also had to do his best to keep his possession of a soul tool a secret. 1 hour later, Xiao Qin opened his eyes. His complexion had recovered some color. A red light flashed before Xiao Qin's eyes. The demon blood vulture had returned smugly, circling in the air. Xiao Qin grabbed the tyrant saber beside him and soared into the air, landing on the demon blood vulture's back. Clouds shrouded the misty cloud mountain range. The white-clad Xiao Chun rode the demon blood vulture as he tore through the clouds. In mere moments, he saw the corpses of the 18 great bandits scattered among the rubble of the various peaks. They died in different ways, all killed by the demon blood vulture. Shao Chen revealed a satisfied expression. He felt gratified at the demon blood vulture's efficiency. He had not fed it the scarlet blood beast pill in vain. 1. Withdrawing his smile, Shao Chen drew his saber and chopped off the head of a great bandit. Then he grabbed it and placed it in his storage ring. Soon, as the demon blood vulture circled in the air, Shao Chen collected the 18 great bandits' heads and their storage rings. Mission complete. Shao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The first 3 missions only took a month to complete. This gave him plenty of time to complete the last task. Just as Shao Chen was about to leave, the demon blood vulture's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Master, I've also discovered something interesting. Oh, with a thought, Shao Chen got the demon blood vulture to lead the way. After a while, the demon blood vulture stopped before the rubble of a mountain peak. Many of the nearby mountain peaks were affected by the explosion of the demonic cloud mountain and directly collapsed. This was one of them. Shao Chen jumped off the demon blood vulture's back. Then he found a cube-shaped crystal with tight cracks in the rocks. Fiddling with it in his hand, Shao Chen discovered that the 4 sides of the crystal were inlaid so tightly that there were almost no gaps. It looked like a natural gemstone. However, the formation patterns inscribed on it told Shao Chen that it was a man-made artifact. After studying it for a while, a brilliant light flashed in Shao Chen's eyes. This was a storage medium, something like a storage ring. However, it should have been inlaid in the demonic cloud mountain in the past, a part of the demonic cloud mountain. Could it be hiding the treasures that the demonic cloud mountain great bandits accumulated over the years? If that was the case, then Shao Chen would have struck it rich. However, this formation was somewhat difficult to deal with. Shao Chen could not break it quickly. There were great masters skilled in all sorts of things among the 18 great bandits. This should be the work of a great formation master. Ordinary people would not be able to break it. Never mind. I'll put it away first. Shao Chen carefully put it away and left this place to complete his final mission. At this moment, he was eager to return, wanting to break through to late stage Star Venerate. He felt that after these few battles and comprehensions, it was time for him to break through to late stage Star Venerate. He wanted to complete his mission quickly and rush back to the sect to participate in the Heaven Class Corps disciple selection. The Underground World. This place was also known as the Abyssal Underworld. There was a total of 9 layers, each boundlessly vast. Back then, before the martial epic flourished, the fiendish demons ran amok. After the sages of the various races killed the fiendish demons' descendants went underground. The fiendish demons merged with the original races in the underground world, cultivating and recuperating. After 1,000,000 years, they developed a civilization that was not inferior to that of the surface world. The 9 underworld monarchs were even more famous. They had led the underground demons to charge into the central great realm's orthodox position several times. Fortunately, these 9 underworld monarchs had many conflicts with each other. They often fought among themselves, unable to take care of themselves. Furthermore, the dynasties now ruled the central great realm, enjoying the central great realm's luck. After accumulating for tens of thousands of years, the accumulations of the dynasties were all very horrifying. There were also the 4 Buddhist temples, the 3 Taoist sects, and other transcendent holy lands. The abyssal underworld could not cause much of a commotion. However, the dragon race had somewhat complicated feelings about the abyssal underworld. Since ancient times, the only one to unify the entire abyssal underworld was the dragon race's Black Dragon King, known as the Prime Underworld Monarch. However, this Black Dragon King nearly brought destruction to the Divine Dragon Empire. That was a part of history that no one in the dragon race was willing to mention. If one wanted to enter the abyssal underworld, one had to find a deep abyss crack. The underground world was not the ordinary underground world. It could be seen as the dark side of the central great realm. It was attached to the central great realm and was vast and unfathomable. It was even more horrifying than the central great realm. The two did not normally interact. However, as time passed, accidents would always happen. The deep abyss crack was the result of these accidents, allowing the two realms to travel freely. Shao Qin spent 7 days and saw a huge crack in the ground in a desolate plain in the divine dragon empire. It was like the entire world had been cut in half. The crack extended endlessly, spanning thousands of kilometers. The ground of the crack was pitch black, no figures could be seen. Occasionally, Shao Qin saw some strange creatures flying in the darkness. Blood crows. Shao Qin frowned slightly. He had seen these creatures of darkness in the Kunlun realm before. They were creatures born from all sorts of negative emotions and dark energy. There seemed to be a huge blood crow nest hidden under the darkness. The demon blood vulture looked at the crack, and excitement flashed in its eyes. It smelled the demonic food that its bloodline desired. "Jump!" Shao Chun commanded, and the demon blood vulture shot down like an arrow. Whoosh! 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 The demon blood vulture descended by an unknown amount of meters. Blood crows filled the air and flew out of the incredibly cold and dark crack. Indeed, they are blood crows. Shao Chen's expression changed slightly. These blood crows were much more horrifying than the blood crows of the Kunlun realm. These blood crows were all incredibly huge, flickering with red light in the darkness. Their wings were like sabers, and their eyes gleamed with evil light. They were all mutated blood crows. They swarmed over, covering the sky and land. Without the strength of a holy venerate or the protection of a rare treasure, continuing like this would be no different from seeking death. However, these blood crows were delicious food to the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture laughed maniacally. The demon blood vulture flapped its scarlet wings, and a strong wind blew, sending a large group of mutated blood crows into its mouth. As Shao Qin sat on the demon blood vulture's back, he remained expressionless as he unleashed only 2 strands of great Tao energy. The blood crow that slipped through the net and dared to get close were either electrocuted or pierced by saber chi. The demon blood vulture dove continuously. The mutated blood crows that died fell like rain. Shao Qin did not know how many they killed. As for the ones that the demon blood vulture ate, the number was uncountable. Whoosh! Suddenly the world spun. Shao Qin felt something strange. The demonic Tao veritable essence energy in his body strengthened significantly for some reason. When Shao Chen's vision widened, the demon blood vulture landed on a mountain peak. When Shao Chen looked into the distance from the summit, he saw a boundlessly vast plain with mountains and rivers. However, compared to the ground, the environment was very strange. Is this the first layer of the abyssal underworld? Shao Chen muttered to himself as he sat on the demon blood vulture's back. The ruling races of the first layer of the abyssal underworld were the demons, followed by the Rakshasa race, and then the flood, dragon humans. Aside from them, there were also various ghostly beasts that only existed in the abyssal underworld. However, the flood dragon humans were different from the Rakshasa race. There were no specific legends about the flood dragon humans in the abyssal underworld. Now, the flood dragon humans wandered around, scattered throughout the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. In each layer they were at the bottom. The Rakshasa race mainly existed in the first layer of the abyssal underworld. The first underworld monarch was Rakshasa Tian, the strongest expert of the Rakshasa race. Shao Qin took out the corresponding mission card and activated it, indicating his arrival. Then he waited for the response of the Dragon's Gates faction in the first layer. Chapter 1899. The underground world was boundlessly vast. The miraculous soil and special environment nurtured many resources that were not found on the surface or extremely rare. In the martial epoch, resources came first and talent second. With sufficient resources, One did not have to worry about not attracting demonic geniuses. Even if Xiao Qin ran out of resources, he would not be able to do anything. The primeval heavenly pills of the Heaven Dragon Palace had helped Xiao Qin a lot, benefiting him greatly. In a mere 2 months, he had advanced to peak consummation, middle stage, star venerate. Without sufficient primeval heavenly pills, this would be impossible. One could easily imagine that there would be competition for places with scarce resources. The resources in the underground world were countless: netherworld frost iron, obsidian stone, heptagold metal, ink silver, ghost cloud steel, dark crystal stone, underworld heart jade, and many more. The more dangerous a place was, the more scarce the resources would be. This was the law of the great Thousand Realms. With so many resources, as long as the 4 dynasties and 8 empires had the ability, they would definitely not let them go. Even the 10 holy lands of the righteous Tao and the 10 great demonic Tao sects of the demonic Tao, these aloof existences, would carve out their own territories. Furthermore, every layer of the abyssal underworld was extremely vast. Most of the time, even the underworld monarchs could not control all the resource points. This gave the other factions a good opportunity. The factions in the abyssal underworld divided up and occupied resource points. The Divine Dragon Empire was one of the top factions in the entire Central Great Realm. Naturally, they could not miss out on this opportunity. The mission that Xiao Qin accepted was to help the Dragon's Gate take back a lost resource point. After using the mission card to send a message, Xiao Qin quickly received a reply from the other party. The mission card contained not only the other party's location, but also the corresponding map. After injecting a strand of spiritual sense into the mission card, a 3-dimensional map quickly appeared in Xiao Qin's mind. Flame Dragon City. This city was the main camp of the Dragon's Gate. A complete legion, the Flame Dragon Legion, was stationed there. Right now, Xiao Qin's destination was to rush to this Flame Dragon City and wait for the other party's instructions on how to take back the lost resource point. Whoosh! Xiao Qin leaped into the air and jumped off the demon blood vulture's back. Then he glided over the mountain peaks and gently landed on the ground. As far as the eye could see, the wilderness was boundless. It was dark and suffused with an oppressive aura. Who knew what dangers were lurking in the seemingly peaceful front? Caution flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes as he executed the Thunder Dragon incantation. He stood on a lightning dragon and soared into the sky. Who knew what kind of danger he would encounter if he flew in the sky rashly? It was better to be careful in an unknown place. The abyss underworld was dark. However, compared to the surface of the underground, there wasn't much difference. It was just that the vegetation was taller and the soil was black. An ordinary weed could be hundreds of meters tall. Fortunately, it was not dense and was sparsely dotted on the ground. Otherwise, his speed would be much slower. Whoosh! A ghost beast unique to the underground world pounced towards Xiao Qin. It was a ghost beast that looked like a black tiger. His body had the most obvious characteristics of ghost beasts, lifeless and lifeless. Ghost beasts were actually the souls of dead ferocious beasts that dissipated into the underground world. Through the underground world, the special environment, as well as the dark energy and negative emotions, they were resurrected and turned into mutated beasts. Strictly speaking, these ferocious beasts were already dead. However, ghost beasts could cultivate as well. It was common for strong ghost beasts to instantly kill primes. Xiao Qin was in a rush, so he attacked decisively, not holding back in any of his moves. 2 Tao discs appeared behind him, ready to deal with the strong ghost beasts that could appear at any time. As Xiao Qin rushed over, a huge sense of danger appeared in his mind. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in the darkness in front. The white figure bared its terrifying fangs and bit at Xiao Qin's head. Whoosh! Without even thinking, Xiao Qin instinctively retreated and dodged. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and turned around to counterattack. A miserable shriek rang out. A ghost wolf with white fur opened its scarlet eyes and glared at Xiao Chen. Deep abyss, demonic wolf. Xiao Chen recognized the origins of this ghostly beast. He thought to himself, its speed is extraordinarily fast. Its movements are erratic, nearly injuring me. Die! Without giving the ghost wolf a chance to turn around, Xiao Chen decisively punched, and the two Dao discs behind him gave off a resplendent light. Saber light and lightning flickered in the fist light. The deep abyss demonic wolf exploded with one punch. The deep abyss demonic wolf turned into scattered black energy that spread into the sky. Its next resurrection would take a long time. The black light scattered, and a white beast core appeared on the ground. It looked exceptionally resplendent, like a crystal. The beast core of a ghost beast was also known as the demonic soul pill. If one directly refined it, one could quickly recover soul energy. Of course, one needed to remove some impurities first. If one did not, one could only absorb a small amount. As Xiao Chen fought intensely, the ghost beasts he encountered grew increasingly stronger. However, he did not spend too much time. He dealt with them in one exchange. If he could not, he would make a detour. For hours later, the silhouette of a city appeared before Xiao Chen. This was Flame Dragon City. The city was not very large, but it was heavily guarded. There were many camps around, heavily guarded. Xiao Chen could also see dragon race cultivators patrolling the surroundings. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen was observing, two dragon race cultivators wearing battle robes suddenly appeared and looked at Xiao Chen cautiously. When these two dragon race cultivators discovered Xiao Chen's dragon race aura, their expressions eased up slightly. Xiao Chen had just said that the city was heavily guarded, and he was immediately discovered. Indeed, it was extraordinarily strict. Recently, Flame Dragon City has been heavily guarded. It is not open to the Dragon's Gate's Outer Palace disciples. If you are here to stay, you will be disappointed, the person on the left said directly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Naturally, Flame Dragon City provided many conveniences to the Dragon's Gate's Outer Palace disciples. As the Dragon's Gate's headquarters in the underground world, it naturally provided many conveniences to the Dragon's Gate's disciples. Many dragon race cultivators came to the underground world to adventure. Many of them would use Flame Dragon City as a resting place. Xiao Chen took out his mission token and identity token. Then he said, "I am Xiao Chen, a core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. I am here on a mission from the Dragon's Gate." The two guards had a strange look on their faces after inspecting it. However, they still returned the mission token and core disciple identity token to Xiao Chen. Then, they respectfully led him into the city. "Come with me. The general has been waiting for a long time already. Of the 7 outer palaces, you are the only one missing." After following the two through many checkpoints, Xiao Chen successfully entered the city. Then he was led to a tower with the dragon race's characteristics. At the top floor of the tower, Xiao Chen reported honestly. After verifying his identity, he was invited in. When Xiao Chen pushed the door open and entered, the average-sized room was already filled with people. Aside from the Flame Dragon Legion's upper echelon, there are also the other Outer Palace core disciples who had accepted the mission. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised to see Morong Yan among the core disciples. Like Xiao Chen, Morong Yan had also accepted the mission. Xiao Chen, the Heaven Dragon Palace, has a total of 3 Heaven-class core disciples. I recall that they are Exin, Liluo, and Juyan. There doesn't seem to be a disciple called Xiao Chen among them. A middle-aged cultivator wearing battle armor with a clearly stronger aura than everyone else in the room spoke indifferently as he looked at Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen guessed right, this person was the Flame Dragon Legion's leader, General Foam. Xiao Chen said calmly, "General, the mission does not seem to state that only Heaven-class core disciples can accept this mission. However, The mission specifically states the difficulty. This is not an ordinary rank 1 mission. Furthermore, it explains the mission's importance in detail. I was the one who asked the Dragon's Gate to issue this mission. I am very clear on what kind of person I am looking for. General Feng frowned slightly. Clearly, he was not satisfied with Xiao Qin. He was even more dissatisfied with the administrator of the Heaven Dragon Palace's mission hall. This was simply messing around. It was fine for the other outer palaces to send ordinary core disciples. After all, they all had divine dragon bloodlines. However, the Heaven Dragon Palace actually did not send a Heaven-class core disciple to accept this mission. General, I can verify that although Xiao Qin has a mixed-blood dragon bloodline, he is definitely not weak. Unexpectedly, Morong Yen, who initially looked down on Xiao Qin, took the initiative to speak up for Xiao Qin at this moment. General Feng felt slightly surprised. After some thought, he said, "Since Morong Yen has confirmed it, then I will not question your qualifications to accept this mission. Sit down. I have always dealt with matters and not people. Please don't mind my earlier attitude." Xiao Qin nodded and said, "Many thanks." Xiao Qin also felt somewhat depressed in his heart. The divine dragon bloodline was indeed good. Morong Yan's words prevented General Feng from questioning him, saving him a lot of trouble. However, the other outer palace's core disciples did not think much of Xiao Qin as they looked at him. After a glance, they no longer paid him any attention. "There's no need to thank me. I was just speaking the truth." Morong Yan's proud words appeared in Xiao Qin's mind. When Xiao Qin heard that, he felt stunned. He did not seem to have any intention of thanking the other party, as what Morong Yen said was the truth. However, since Morong Yen sent a voice projection to him, Xiao Qin still replied, "Many thanks." Humph! Morong Yen appeared proud as he snorted coldly, showing an expression that said, "At least you are tactful." Xiao Qin knew the other party's temper. He smiled faintly and ignored him. Chapter 1900. "Since everyone can't come, I'll tell everyone the plan in advance," General Feng said after seeing Xiao Qin sit down. Then he looked at the core disciples of the 7 outer palaces and said seriously, "Xiao Qin, don't come." Morong Yen, Xiao Qin, and the others showed grave expressions as they looked at General Feng. General Feng organized his thoughts and said, "The stronghold that was taken away is rich in netherworld frost iron and underworld heart jade. You might not understand. I'll give a simple explanation. Netherworld frost iron is a crucial divine material that every inherited Tao tool needs. No other resource can replace it. As for underworld heart jade, it is a natural resource that can stabilize the soul and recover soul energy. The underworld heart pill refined from it is a medicinal pill that sovereign personages need." The others felt startled. Although they all had inherited Tao tools, they did not know that refining inherited Tao tools required netherworld frost iron. They had heard of the underworld heart pill before, but it was extremely expensive. Unless one was a sovereign personage, cultivators of other cultivation could not carry it on them in large quantities. Xiao Qin recalled that he had underworld heart pills in his storage ring. Those were the war trophies that he obtained from killing other holy venerates. However, there were not many of them. Actually, these losses are bearable as long as we do not lose our main camp. Sooner or later, we can rebuild our stronghold in this vast abyssal underworld and make up for it. The greatest loss is prestige. If we cannot retake our lost stronghold in time, the other factions will view the Flame Dragon Legion's strength significantly. At that time, not to mention what Rakshasa Heaven will do to us, the other factions from the surface might make a move on us. The struggle in the abyssal underworld is far more intense than on the surface. Do you understand what I mean? Clearly, General Feng had prepared these words for a long time. The moment he spoke, he told everyone about the severity of the matter. The matter was not as simple as losing a stronghold. In this abyssal underworld, the the strong preyed on the weak. The competition was even scarier. If one could not retake the stronghold quickly, one would be considered weak. The weak had no place to live in this abyssal underworld. While it looked like losing a stronghold, in reality, it threatened the interests of the entire Dragon's Gate in the underground world. If one was not careful, Flame Dragon City might be uprooted. General Feng's meaning was not to underestimate this mission. One had to understand the importance of this mission. They could not afford any mistakes. It's just a small stronghold. Don't worry, General. It won't be a problem for us. Right after General Feng spoke, Murong Yen expressed his stance, appearing extremely confident. Who knew? The other core disciples from the 7 outer palaces all looked at him strangely. General Feng frowned slightly, not understanding. He had already made it clear enough. Why did this Murong Yen still not understand? The moment he opened his mouth, he mentioned an insignificant gathering point. He did not realize the severity of this mission. His gaze shifted to Xiao Chen, and he started to doubt what Xiao Chen had said earlier. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew something was wrong and quickly said, "General, we all know the importance of this mission. If there's anything you need help with, you can tell us. We won't be careless and will obey your arrangements." "All right." General Feng nodded slightly and said softly, "The fight for the stronghold will definitely be a large-scale battle. It's impossible to take it down with just the 7 of you. What I want you to do is to destroy the Rakshasa demon's underworld god altar and then send out a signal for me to launch an attack. Absolutely obey the arrangements and do not act on your own." Clearly, Xiao Chen's words had temporarily dispelled General Feng's doubts. Whoosh! General Feng waved his hand, and a jade strip appeared before Xiao Chen and the others. The jade strip contained information about the Rakshasa altar and the details of this mission. The underworld god altar could summon the clone of the first underworld monarch, Rakshasa Tian. When the clone appeared, Rakshasa Tian could use his underworld monarch will to influence the Rakshasa demons within 5,000 kilometers. This greatly increased the strength of the Rakshasa demons, who no longer feared death, and increased their combat prowess by more than 50%. Furthermore, Rakshasa Tian's clone was an extremely strong existence in the first place, posing a great threat. The existence of the countless underworld god altars allowed the Rakshasa race to become the overlord of the strongest abyssal underworld. Even when the various factions of the surface world gathered, they could not truly shake or threaten the Rakshasa demons' ruling position. As long as they destroyed this underworld god altar, it would be equivalent to breaking an arm of the Rakshasa demons. Their chances of snatching back the gathering point would increase significantly. General Feng's mission to gather the elites of the various outer palaces was to rely on the strength of the 7. They infiltrated deep into enemy territory and successfully destroyed the underworld god altar. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "This mission is extraordinarily dangerous. Just 7 people infiltrated deep into enemy territory. If they were discovered and something unexpected happened, they would die for sure. It would be hard for them to escape." After the other 6 saw the mission's details, their expressions changed slightly. Originally, they were thinking of following the Flame Dragon Legion into battle. Who could have imagined that they would infiltrate alone and destroy the underworld god altar? Since the underworld god altar was so important, it would definitely be heavily guarded. General Feng said, "This mission is indeed rather dangerous. However, don't worry. There is no sovereign personage guarding the underworld god altar. There is only one sovereign personage among the Rakshasa demons. He cannot personally guard the altar. Once we destroy the altar, I will launch an attack. He will have to deal with the Flame Dragon Legion, so he will not be able to chase after you." Xiao Chen grasped the jade strip and looked at General Feng. Then he asked, "When do we depart?" General Feng felt very satisfied with Xiao Chen's attitude. He did not complain at all, going straight to the point. He said softly, 3 days later, "If you have any requests, Our legion will do our best to fulfill them. You should also familiarize yourselves with each other during these 3 days. When the time comes, you will have better teamwork. If you have any questions, you can raise them now." The Golden Dragon Palace Corps disciple on the left said, "I would like to know if we can obtain additional rewards from the Flame Dragon Legion after we complete the mission." General Feng frowned slightly, but still said, "I can make the decision and give you some Netherworld Frost Iron and Underworld Heart Jades as additional rewards." "I want 5 tons of Netherworld Frost Iron and 1,000 Underworld Heart Jades," the Golden Dragon Palace Corps disciple said indifferently, showing no room for negotiation. The Golden Dragon Palace Corps disciple asked indifferently. He showed no expression on his face, as though there was no room for negotiation. An adjutant beside General Feng could not help scolding. The Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei's expression did not change. He did not say anything, waiting for General Feng to speak. The Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei's expression did not change. He did not say anything, waiting for General Feng to speak. General Feng felt slightly angry. However, this Wei Hongfei was the strongest of the 7, a corps member. In the end, he clenched his teeth and said, "If you can really destroy the Underworld God Altar, I can give you 5 tons of Netherworld Frost Iron and Underworld Heart Jades. However, if you fail, you know the consequences." Wei Hongfei revealed a faint smile and said softly, "Deal." After saying that, Wei Hongfei stood up and left, not lingering. When the core disciples of the other outer palaces saw the situation, they could not help asking for additional rewards based on their strength. Soon, only Xiao Chen and Murong Yen remained of the 7 core disciples. General Feng looked at the 2, indicating that they could ask for additional rewards based on their strength. Who knew? The 2 did not ask for additional rewards. Murong Yen shook his head and said, "I do not have the habit of taking advantage of others. Our Murong clan does not lack resources." Only Xiao Chen remained. Indeed, Xiao Chen did not want any additional rewards. He did not have the habit of taking advantage of others, either. However, Xiao Chen made a request. He needed a batch of good arrows in large quantities and of good quality. Xiao Chen's arrows were of poor quality. If not for the heart flame, he would not be able to use them with the God's Shadow Bow. Since Xiao Chen had joined the army, he needed to exchange for a batch of good arrows for his own use. His request was very reasonable, so General Feng agreed happily. Then he got someone to lead Xiao Chen to the supplies department. 3 days later, the 7 gathered. General Feng personally sent them off. Whether they could destroy the Underworld God Altar or not was the crux of taking back the resource node. The fact that General Feng was willing to spend so many resources showed how much importance he placed on this mission. General Feng even agreed to Wei Hongfei's unreasonable request. As General Feng watched Xiao Chen's group leave, his aide-de-camp asked, "General, do you think they can complete it?" General Feng replied softly, "There is still a lot of hope. The strength of these 7 is extraordinary. They are the cream of the crop among the core disciples of their respective palaces. Although that Wei Hongfei is unruly and takes advantage of the situation, he is fully qualified to compete for a Heaven-class core disciple position in the Golden Dragon Palace. As for Murong Yen, he is a rare genius of the Red Dragon race that appears once in 1,000 years. However, Xiao Chen is slightly weaker. The Heaven Dragon Palace is still somewhat unreliable. Prepare a backup plan and be prepared for their failure." "Yes, General." After leaving Flame Dragon City, Xiao Chen clearly felt that the other 6 were already very familiar with each other. Along the way, they chatted softly, expressing their opinions. When Xiao Chen saw this, he immediately understood. The other 6 had interacted with him alone for the past 3 days, isolating him. After traveling for a while, Wei Hongfei suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Chen. "I will be the leader of this mission. I believe that General Feng has already told you. I have already seen your information." Xiao Chen Since you are good at movement techniques, you will be the scout and lead the way. Scouting was a very dangerous job. However, Shao Qin did not mind. Even if he faced a sovereign personage, he would be able to protect himself. Without saying anything more, Shao Qin nodded. Then he stopped resting and went ahead to scout the way. This mixed blood dragon is rather tactful. He knows that he is weak and does not have the authority to speak. He is self-aware. He knows that he can only rely on the 6 of us for this mission. It would already be good if he did not implicate us. I really don't understand. How did he become a core disciple with such a low cultivation? Or is the Heaven Dragon Palace already so weak? Seeing Shao Chen go far away, the 6 immediately revealed their disdain for mixed-blood dragons in their hearts. Murong Yin knew how strong Shao Chen was, but he did not want to say anything, so he did not interrupt. Wei Hongfei said indifferently, "Let's continue discussing how to complete this mission. This matter is very important, so we need to be careful." Chapter 1901. Shao Qin did not have many complaints about such an arrangement, taking the lead to scout ahead. As long as he could complete the mission, it was sufficient. Shao Chen left the group and moved quickly, not wasting any time along the way. He did not bother with the ghostly beasts he encountered. For hours later, he suddenly felt a strange aura. Shao Chen stopped and gently pushed off with his feet, taking 3 steps back. 2 black figures appeared. They were tall and sturdy, and their feet were like cow hooves. 2 humanoid monsters with scarlet hair, jade green eyes, and sinister faces appeared before Shao Chen. Rakshasa demons. Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the horrifying monsters before him. They were the demons that ruled the first underground layer. The 2 Rakshasa demons held weapons in their hands. Their jade-green eyes gleamed as they looked coldly at Shao Chen. Kill! The Rakshasa demons, radiating terrifying demonic chi, did not even think as they launched themselves at Shao Chen. The 2 Rakshasa demons were only star venerates, pitifully weak. They did not know where they got the courage to launch themselves at Shao Chen. Shao Chen stood upright without using his great Tao energy when the 2 Rakshasa demons pounced over. When the 2 Rakshasa demons charged over, he did not retreat, but advanced instead, taking the initiative to attack them first. Boom! The Rakshasa demons instantly fell to the ground, no longer able to get up. Shao Chen did not give them a chance to shout. He sent out 2 strands of saber chi and silently finished off the 2 Rakshasa demons. After that, he unleashed the heavenly flame and burned the 2 Rakshasa demons' corpses to ashes. I ran into the Rakshasa demons' patrols. It looks like we should be arriving at the dragon race's stronghold soon. Shao Chen muttered to himself. He no longer charged forward as ferociously as before, looking into the distance. After Shao Chen discovered a rather high terrain, he gently landed on it. Then he opened his heavenly eye and looked ahead. In front of them was a vast plain. On the plain, there was a ruined city. He could vaguely make out that this was the dragon race's stronghold. However, the Rakshasa demons clearly did not like the dragon race's aesthetics. They directly demolished the entire city into rubble. Tens of thousands of Rakshasa demons were scattered all over the rubble. In the sky, there were also many tamed ghost beasts flying. Sitting on top of them were Rakshasa demons who were obviously stronger. When Shao Chen saw this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He already knew that this mission was very dangerous. He had not expected it to be so dangerous. With so many Rakshasa demons trapped, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the center of the ruins of Dragon City stood a tall building that looked like a tower. There were countless ancient stones piled up together. The stone had already been dyed red with blood. The entire altar gave Shao Chen an extremely absurd feeling. Amidst the solemnity, there was an evil and terrifying demonic nature. Above the altar stood a statue of the first underworld king, Rakshasa Tian. At the foot of the statue, there were a few Rakshasa demons resting with their eyes closed. They should be the guardians of the altar. There was a total of 8 people. Every guard gave off the aura of a holy venerate. These Rakshasa demons wore armor, and their facial features were no different from humans. However, there was a bone spike protruding from each shoulder. Afraid of alerting the enemy, Shao Chun did not dare to look too closely, so he withdrew his heavenly eye. Shao Chun was not in a rush to leave. As he looked at the city ruins in the distance, he entered deep thought, thinking about how to complete this mission. After thinking about it, Shao Chun felt a headache. Even if he managed to sneak through the Rakshasa demon army and destroy the altar, killing his way out would still be a huge problem. After taking one more look and imprinting the surroundings into his mind, Shao Chun turned around and left. Just as Shao Chun turned around, the 8 guardians sitting at the foot of the Rakshasa Tian statue suddenly opened their eyes and slowly closed them. It was like they discovered something, but also like they did not know anything. After returning to the group, Shao Chun told Wei Hongfei, Morongyan, and the others what he saw. Could it be that General Feng agreed so readily? He is clearly sending us to our deaths, the Silver Dragon Palace Corps disciple Lu Feng said with some dissatisfaction. Lu Feng, the Silver Dragon Palace Corps disciple, said with some dissatisfaction on his face. However, Wei Hongfei remained calm. There is a special note on the mission. Since you accepted it, you should have expected the difficulty. Furthermore, if the mission was not difficult, how could the reward be so high, reaching 20,000 primeval heavenly pills? Lu Feng said softly, I was just saying, since you accepted the mission, you cannot back out midway. The Flame Dragon Army had already gathered. They were just waiting for them to destroy the Fiend God altar. There was no time to dilly-dally. The group picked up their pace. Even with their full speed, they were not slow. When the group arrived at their previous location, the expressions of the other 6 changed. Even the previously calm Wei Hongfei frowned heavily. Listening to Shao Chen's explanation was one thing. Seeing it for oneself was another. Morongyan was flabbergasted. Had I known, I would have made a will. The tens of thousands of Rakshasa demons stopped in the city ruins, occupying the Dragon's Gate's original stronghold. That fiend god altar happened to be in the center of the city ruins. Lu Feng asked sullenly, Is there any way to sneak in silently? Wei Hongfei shook his head and said, Clearly that is impossible. If we can enter silently, we will not be able to do so. If we could sneak in silently, General Feng would have already sent someone to do it. There would not be a chance for us to do it, and the mission reward would not be so large. Shao Chun thought to himself, if I want to sneak in, someone needs to stand out and attract the attention of most of the Rakshasa demons. At least half of the Rakshasa demons have to be lured away before the others can sneak in. Morongyan and I will attract them from the front. The 5 of you will take the opportunity to sneak in. This is the signal flag. I'll leave it to you, Lu Feng. Wei Hongfei took out a flag and handed it to Lu Feng. Then he made some simple arrangements. There was no shortcut in the current situation. This was the only way. Lu Feng was rather decisive, not hesitating at all. Morongyan, you don't have any objections, right? Wei Hongfei asked as he looked at Morongyan. Morongyan smiled and replied, Since when did the Red Dragon race have people who are afraid of death? Since you dare to stand out, why would I not? Morongyan's words put the core disciples of the other palaces to shame. If it were them, they would hesitate for a long time if they went to attract the enemy's attention with Wei Hongfei. After all, not everyone could be like the Golden Dragon Palace's core disciples, so confident and unafraid of death. Rakshasa race, does anyone dare to fight with me, Wei Hongfei? Boom! Wei Hongfei soared into the clouds, his entire body radiating resplendent golden light. A horrifying dragon might spread out from his body. The moment the glaring Wei Hongfei appeared in the dark space, he attracted the attention of all the Rakshasa demons in the rubble. Strands of golden dragon chi revolved around Wei Hongfei's body. The golden dragon light dyed the clouds in the sky above his head. They were dyed with golden feathers and looked particularly dazzling. This person is nearly a grade 6 golden dragon bloodline, Xiao Chen evaluated. This Wei Hongfei was indeed extraordinary. The Golden Dragon Palace lived up to its reputation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Wei Hongfei appeared, several figures immediately flew towards him. These were all Rakshasa race experts. They gave off terrifying demonic qi and showed ferocious expressions. However, when these Rakshasa race experts got within 100 meters of Wei Hongfei, golden light flickered in the air. Wei Hongfei exploded 6 Rakshasa demons with one punch. The Rakshasa demons turned into a blood mist spreading out in the air. Ha ha ha! Is there no one in the Rakshasa race who can truly fight me? Wei Hongfei laughed maniacally. The dragon might spreading out in the sky became even stronger. The golden clouds burned like flames. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, a pillar of fire suddenly burst out of the city and soared into the clouds, illuminating the dark space. Without saying anything, Murong Yen landed in the rubble and started a massacre. Wei Hongfei and Murong Yen were in the sky, attracting the attention of the Rakshasa race experts. The other was on the ground, using the Red Dragon race's unparalleled berserk fire great Dao to massacre everyone. There was no pattern at all. Wherever there were more Rakshasa demons, Murong Yen would end up there. Still not leaving? Xiao Chun asked when he saw that the Silver Dragon Palace's Lu Feng was thinking about something, dilly-dallying and not making a move. Do I need you to instruct me? Lu Feng glared at Xiao Chen and ignored him. Then he led the other 3 and said, "Let's go." Chapter 1902. Under Lu Feng's lead, the 3 silently made their way to the rubble. Xiao Chen did not rush to follow. He was thinking about something else. Would the Rakshasa demons not guess that the Flame Dragon Legion would send people to destroy the altar? Actually, the idea of destroying the altar was rather crazy. The success rate was very low and the danger level was very high. Normally speaking, the Rakshasa demons would not think of this. Shaking his head, Xiao Qin stopped thinking. His body gently floated up, and he silently arrived beside Lu Feng and the others. Xiao Chen's incredibly fast speed startled the 4. It was as Wei Hongfei said. His movement technique surpassed theirs. Boom! 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 At this moment, Murong Yan's entire body burned with intense flames in the rubble, looking like an ancient fire dragon. With every punch and palm strike, he could send out flames filling the air, filling the surroundings. The Rakshasa demon army appeared somewhat chaotic. Several experts tried to delay Murong Yen. They did not want to give him a chance to cause large-scale destruction. However, Murong Yan's mission was to attract the attention of the Rakshasa demons on the ground. How could he get trapped? Suppressing his temper, Murong Yen laughed maniacally as he moved about without any pattern. It had to be said that Wei Hongfei and Murong Yen were in the sky and on the ground. This created a great opportunity for the 4. Wei Hongfei flickered with golden light in the sky. Dragon might spread out in golden clouds. On the ground, Murong Yen was covered in intense flames. The commotion the 2 caused attracted the attention of nearly all the Rakshasa demons. This resulted in a large gap in the rubble of the city. Lu Feng's group took advantage of this opportunity to move forward silently, quickly approaching the underworld god altar. Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out continuously. As the group walked through the city, Rakshasa demons filled the surroundings. Occasionally, loud sounds rang out, making everyone show extremely grave expressions. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Who is it? Suddenly, a small group of Rakshasa demons came out of a broken wall in front. Kill! Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold as he took the initiative to attack. Moving like a ghost, He jabbed the forehead of the Rakshasa demon who spoke. A strand of saber chi shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip and silently dealt with this Rakshasa demon. His hands did not stop moving. With every move, a Rakshasa demon would die. After Xiao Chen killed the three of them, Lu Feng and the rest finally reacted. They quickly took action and killed the remaining Rakshasa demons in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Fortunately, Lu Feng and the others were not weak. After they reacted, they quickly killed their enemies. This small group of devil cultivator was quickly eliminated and did not cause any big waves. When Lu Feng's gaze landed on Xiao Qin, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Xiao Qin turned his head and said indifferently, "Follow me." There was something special about him, something that caused people to trust him and follow behind him. Lu Feng was far inferior to Wei Hongfei. Xiao Chen thought for a moment before deciding to lead the team himself. The mission was too important to fail. With Xiao Chen leading the team, the group moved even faster. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was very sharp, allowing him to avoid the Rakshasa demon groups in advance. While the situation was chaotic, Xiao Chen led the four to the underworld god altar. Along the way, they occasionally ran into some unavoidable encounters. However, Xiao Chen would always end the battle quickly. Several times, he managed to avoid any mishaps. He did not expose himself and trigger an even larger encounter. "Stop!" Xiao Chen suddenly stopped, and the people behind him quickly stopped. Lu Feng looked at the underworld god altar, which was less than 10 kilometers away, and said, "You really think that you are the leader? Move aside, charge up the altar, and end the mission." After saying that, Lu Feng ignored Xiao Chen's attempts to stop him and moved past Xiao Chen. Whoosh! The moment Lu Feng passed Xiao Chen, the Rakshasa Tian statue on the underworld god altar suddenly opened a pair of scarlet eyes. A scarlet light descended from the sky and encased Lu Feng's figure. Lu Feng had nowhere to hide within 10 kilometers. The 8 guards on the altar also opened their eyes and stared at Lu Feng coldly. Whoosh! 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 Countless Rakshasa demons rushed over from all directions, charging at Lu Feng. Although the situation in the rubble was chaotic, the guards around the altar and above did not show any signs of panic or distraction. Countless Rakshasa demons rushed over from all directions, charging at Lu Feng. Although the situation in the rubble was chaotic, the guards around the altar and above did not show any signs of panic or distraction. It was obvious that those who were able to guard the Nether God altar were all elites. It's over. We were exposed. It's really over. Not only can we not complete the mission, but we can't leave either. Xiao Chen and the others hid the back. However, when they saw the many Rakshasa demons rushing over, their faces turned ashen. Lu Feng, who felt Rakshasa Tian's gaze, immediately panicked. Not only did he feel a demonic might pressing down on him, but he also felt the fear of impending death. Furthermore, Xiao Chen felt the fear of impending death. The elite Rakshasa demons rushing over from all directions placed immense pressure on him. It was like many grim reapers holding scimitars to reap their souls. Since we're already exposed, there's no need to think anymore. Attack! Xiao Chen sighed to himself. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and pushed away the distracted Lu Feng with a palm strike. As Xiao Chen stood before the underworld god altar, he raised his head and met Rakshasa Tian's gaze. "Rakshasa Tian, do you really think you can come back to life?" Xiao Chen snorted coldly and released his dragon might. Without hesitation, he executed the dragon's gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. The colossal palm's fingers were like sabers, carrying a boundless saber intent and lightning as it clawed at the statue. Those who insult the gods must die. The 8 high-ranked Rakshasa demons suddenly stood up and attacked at the same time. They all executed their best moves, shattering the colossal palm before it reached them. The 8 people on the altar paled slightly as they took a step back. Blood leaked out of a corner of their lips. Clearly, they had underestimated the might of Firmament's rage and suffered a huge rebound. Bang! 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 The fragments of the colossal burning palm contained the rage of a great, desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. They were not that easy to extinguish. They landed on the ground and blasted away the Rakshasa demon elites that rushed over. "I'll cover you. Quickly charge up the altar." Since they were already exposed, there was naturally no need to think about anything else. There was only one thing to do: kill. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen stepped forward, reigniting hope in the hearts of the group, whose morale had plummeted. Without any hesitation, they all rushed to the altar. "Many thanks." Lu Feng showed an ashamed expression, feeling too ashamed to show his face. He simply had not expected that he could not even compare to the mixed-blood dragon, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I'm not trying to save you. I just don't want to fail the mission. Let's go." Provoked by Xiao Chen's cold attitude, Lu Feng snorted coldly and led the others up the altar. The altar was covered in divine might. Under heavy pressure, even movement techniques were restricted. It would not be easy to climb up. Soon, the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demon elites that were blasted away by the shock waves of Firmament's rage rallied and charged over. If these people harassed Lu Feng and the others who were climbing the altar, they would not have a chance to climb it. "All of you, come over." Xiao Chen struck the ground heavily with his tyrant saber. Then he drove the primal chaos veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core. The Taiji force field encased the surrounding 10 kilometers. A huge Taiji diagram spun wildly on the ground. A strong suction pulled over the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demon elites that wanted to stop Lu Feng and the others from climbing the altar. The many Rakshasa demons were horrified to discover that they could not control themselves as they surged over to Xiao Chen. A strange force stuck to their bodies, preventing them from executing their movement techniques and greatly affecting their speed. Even so, the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demons were too horrifying in numbers. Clang! 2 Tao discs appeared behind Xiao Chen, and he drew his saber. A saber light flashed, and 10 Rakshasa demons near him had their throats slit, dying on the spot. However, before Xiao Chen could catch his breath, Rakshasa demons surged over from all directions. Xiao Chen brought out his saber skills to the limits, sending out densely packed saber lights into the crowd. Snowflakes, lightning, bright moons, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena burst out of his body, illuminating the surroundings. Xiao Chen stood on a lightning dragon, howling back and forth. He turned into the light of freedom and dodged most of the attacks. Lu Feng and the others who were climbing the altar were greatly startled when they saw Xiao Chen fighting 1,000 alone. The 8 guards on the altar also frowned heavily, finding this scene incredulous. The leader, a high-ranked Rakshasa demon in black battle armor, said sullenly, "4 of you, go down and stop them from climbing the altar." "Yes." Whoosh! Immediately, 4 guards leaped down from the altar and charged at Lu Feng and the others. However, Lu Feng and the others were outstanding. They were core disciples of the various outer palaces and possessed divine dragon bloodlines. In one-on-one combat, they had a high chance of victory. The 4 Rakshasa demons that descended did not pose much of a hindrance to Lu Feng and the others. Taiji burst. Xiao Chen roared ferociously, and the Taiji force field erupted. The remaining Rakshasa demons were all blasted away. Saber wounds riddled each of the Rakshasa demons. Electricity spread throughout their bodies, making them unrecognizable. Xiao Chen stood upright while holding his saber. His white robes were stained with blood. It was hard to tell whether it was his or his opponent's. In the chaotic battle, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to count how many times he was struck. Xiao Chen raised his gaze and happened to meet the gaze of the black-armored Rakshasa demon, standing on the altar. Kill! Shao Chen leaped into the air and charged at the altar. You overestimate yourself. The black-armored Rakshasa demon showed a mocking expression as he smiled coldly. His right hand grasped the protruding bone on his shoulder and pulled out a slender white bone spike. Just as Shao Chen charged over, the black-armored Rakshasa demon attacked at lightning speed. Pu-ci! The bone spike pierced through Shao Chen's right chest, causing blood to spurt out. While Shao Chen was charging, a strong underworld deity might envelop him, greatly limiting his speed. Caught off guard, he got injured by the black-armored Rakshasa demon. Furthermore, Shao Chen managed to dodge at the critical moment. Otherwise, if the bone spike pierced through his chest, he would have been severely injured. The black-armored Rakshasa demon had a handsome face, unlike an ordinary Rakshasa demon. Blood dripped from the slender bone spike. The black-armored Rakshasa demon placed the spike on his tongue and gently licked it. Then he smiled strangely and said, "It tastes pretty good. After this battle, I will properly enjoy your physical body." 3 high-ranked Rakshasa demons stood behind the black-armored Rakshasa demon. Their jade-green eyes stared coldly at Shao Chen. Shao Chen stopped the blood from spurting out of his wound. Then he glanced at Lu Feng and the others fighting on the altar. They had more or less gained the upper hand. However, when the Rakshasa demons charged over, they would still face the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4. Their chances of victory were not high. Shao Chen snorted coldly. Then his body suddenly turned into a flash of lightning, charging to the bottom of the altar. In the blink of an eye, it circled around the altar and spun rapidly upward. Rumble! The rapidly spinning electric light illuminated the surroundings, kicking up boundless strong winds that kicked up sand and pebbles, covering the sky. The strong winds made it hard for the black-armored Rakshasa demons, group of 4, to open their eyes, and their bodies trembled slightly. Shao Chen, who had turned into lightning, resisted the underworld god might, continuously draining his primal chaos veritable essence energy. When Shao Chen was about to fly to the top of the altar, he suddenly turned into a lightning dragon and roared at the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4. The dragon roar spread out in all directions, shaking the sky. Before this shocking heaven dragon roar, the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4 could not help taking several steps back above the altar. Scram! The black-armored Rakshasa demon shouted, withstanding the pressure, and unleashed his aura. Then he led the 4 Rakshasa demons to charge at the lightning dragon, trying to chase Shao Chen down. Who knew the lightning dragon split into 9, not bothering them at all. Instead, it continuously circled around the 3-kilometer-tall Rakshasa Tian statue. 9 dragons soared into the sky, triggering a terrifying, mysterious phenomenon. At some point in time, layers of thunderclouds covered the sky above the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky. Oh no, he is going to destroy the statue. The black-armored Rakshasa demon's expression changed drastically. In a fluster, he quickly formed hand seals. The 3 behind him cut their wrists at the same time, and blood splattered on the Rakshasa Tian statue. Forced by the situation, this group of people prepared to summon the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian's clone. Chapter 1903. 9 dragons instantly dodged the attacks of the black-armored Rakshasa and the other 3 high-level Rakshasas and flew into the sky. The black-armored Rakshasa decisively chose to summon Rakshasa Tian. Rather than letting it be destroyed by you, it would be better to waste this summoning opportunity and kill all of these invaders. Swish, swish, swish. Rocks peeled off the surface of Rakshasa Tian's 3,000-meter-tall statue. The might of the underworld monarch continued to strengthen. The expressions of Lu Feng and the other 3, who had already gained the upper hand, changed slightly. After a moment of shock, they decisively retreated. While the scene before him was unexpected, it was still within his expectations. The best outcome of the mission was to destroy the altar. The worst outcome was to fail the mission. The other possibility was to force the other party to summon the Netherworld King's altar ahead of time. The Netherworld King's altar obviously couldn't summon the Rakshasa race every day. Otherwise, the Rakshasa race would have long since become invincible in the Netherworld. They could only summon it once every half a month. Replenishing the offerings required time, and the altar itself also needed maintenance. Before the battle officially started, Rakshasa Tian had already been summoned. To the Flame Dragon army, this was undoubtedly an acceptable result. But for Xiao Chen and the others, it was almost a death sentence. It was already difficult for him to escape. Now that Rakshasa Tian's clone had appeared, would he still have a chance to escape? Lu Feng took out the signal flag, spun at the bottom, and shot it into the sky. Immediately, the war flag burned in the sky like a star. Its color kept changing until it finally settled on red. In the air, Wei Hongfei, who was fighting several late-stage holy venerate Rakshasa demons, felt a terrifying underworld monarch might sweep over. Raising his gaze, Zhang Xian happened to see Rakshasa Tian's sculpture peeling off. He couldn't help but be stunned. With the appearance of the Nether God, all of you will definitely die. When the Rakshasa demons surrounding Wei Hongfei saw this scene, they smiled coldly. Their attacks became even sharper. Boom! However, just at this moment, Wei Hongfei's eyes suddenly burned, turning into a golden light. Xiao Chen instantly activated his great, desolate Ian bloodline, and the dragon might of the ancient, great, desolate Ian golden dragon race enveloped him. The berserk dragon might immediately force the group back. Wei Hongfei casually glanced at the other people in the chaos. Then he used the great, desolate Ian dragon might to turn and flee. In this kind of situation, there was no chance for him to take care of the others. Even he himself might not be able to escape. Wei Hongfei was extremely decisive. He turned into a beam of golden light and fled far away with the great, desolate Ian dragon might. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, and almost no one could withstand it. Very soon, a path was torn open by him. Chase them. When his bloodline is exhausted, it will be the time of his death. The Rakshasa demon expert that was knocked back clearly did not intend to let Wei Hongfei off so easily. Turning into a demonic light, it whizzed away in hot pursuit. Looks like I'm really going to die here. The somewhat fatigued Morong Yen looked at the Rakshasa demons surrounding him. When he sensed that Rakshasa Tian's clone was about to appear, despair flashed in his eyes. Although Wei Hongfei attracted the attention of most of the Rakshasa demon experts, Morong Yen faced the entire Rakshasa demon army alone. Although there were not many experts, many ants could kill an elephant. Compared to Wei Hongfei, Xiao Qin had activated his great, desolate Ian bloodline long ago. It was almost impossible to use it to save his life. The Rakshasa demons surrounding him from all directions, in the sky and on the ground, did not dare to act rashly. The berserk red dragon race had left too deep an impression on these Rakshasa demons. Morong Yen felt stifled. His entire body was bathed in blood as he breathed heavily and looked around. Morong Yan's thoughts were simple. Before he died, he would kill more. When comparing the two, it was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. However, it was clear that Morong Yan's thoughts were much more straightforward than Wei Hongfei's. What Morong Yan showed was the difference in intelligence. The underworld, monarch, statue's intelligence. 9 lightning dragons soared into the sky. Then the 9 lightning dragons merged together in the thundercloud whirlpool in the sky. The instant Xiao Qin appeared, countless electric lights burst out of his body. When Xiao Qin looked around, he saw that Lu Feng and the others had already left. In just 1 second, Xiao Chen analyzed the situation before him. Oh no! Half of the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian's statue had already fallen. In a while, the underworld monarch's clone would arrive. At that time, no matter how capable Xiaoqin was, he would die here. Run, you lowly mixed blood dragon. The underworld monarch has appeared. Ha ha ha, you will die for sure. The black-armored Rakshasa demon laughed maniacally as he formed hand seals and looked at Xiaoqin, who was in the air. The horrifying underworld monarchs might already swept through the entire battlefield. All the Rakshasa demons felt greatly encouraged. The fleeing Rakshasa demons were all in sorry states. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of rocks falling off the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian's statue was like the death god's talisman, disturbing everyone's emotions. Should I flee? Where can I flee to? With the appearance of Rakshasa Tian's clone, there is nowhere to flee to. I can only fight. Black clouds spread out under the thundercloud whirlpool. Xiaoqin activated his great, desolate Ian bloodline. Golden light flashed in his eyes, looking like a burning divine flame. However, before the light could spread out, Xiaoqin closed his eyes. The tyrant saber in Xiaoqin's right hand flew out and spun in the air, flickering with boundless electric light. Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiaoqin's forehead. Then he formed hand seals with his right hand and activated his great, desolate Ian bloodline. The incomparably horrifying killing intent covered the entire city ruins. In an instant, it suppressed the underworld monarch's might, causing all the Rakshasa demons to freeze for some reason. The killing intent assaulted them, and their movements stiffened. It was like a lotus flower not soaking in water or the sun, and moon not staying in the sky. The horrifying killing intent surged and burned like a killing god born in an ancient battlefield returning to the mortal realm. However, Xiaoqin's heart remained incredibly calm. If someone of the Buddhist sect used their Dharma eye to look, they would find the entire city ruins filled with an incredibly turbid aura. Only Xiaoqin gave off a gentle light, separating him from the overwhelming killing intent. However, despite being in water, Xiaoqin did not get wet at all. This was an extremely profound state. What is he doing? The black-armored Rakshasa demons, summoning of Rakshasa Tian, slowed down for a moment. What is he doing? Naturally, he was borrowing life from heaven, risking his life to obtain a chance of survival. Kill! Xiaoqin ferociously opened his eyes. At this moment, the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian also appeared. A dark light illuminated the surroundings. Rakshasa Tian looked up, and a pair of jade-green eyes erupted with a terrifying will that entered Xiaoqin's soul pool. If an ordinary person were here, they would instantly be overwhelmed by the fear of Rakshasa Tian. They would not move at all, just stand there in a daze. However, Xiaoqin, who was in the sky, did not show any fear when facing Rakshasa Tian's clone. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand, and the tyrant's saber, which had been spinning in the air several times, came out of its scabbard. A melodious saber hum resounded in the surroundings. Resolving the mundane. Resolving the mundane meant that one had no desires, no joy, no sorrow, and was immune to all mental attacks and negative emotions. After activating his great, desolate Ian bloodline and using the 7-kill seal to execute Resolving the Mundane, the might of Xiaoqin's saber strike had already reached an incredible level. Boom! The saber descended. Before Rakshasa Tian, who had just appeared, could understand what was going on, the eternal and inextinguishable saber light on the tyrant's saber chopped Rakshasa Tian in half. The saber's momentum did not stop there. When it landed on the altar, aside from the black-armored Rakshasa demon, the other 3 high-ranked Rakshasa demons immediately died. Rumble. When this saber strike landed, it destroyed the entire altar. Before the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian's clone could do anything, Xiaoqin destroyed it with one saber strike. Lu Feng and the other dragon race disciples, who were fleeing, were all stunned, deeply shocked by this saber strike. Before the shock waves scattered, The great, desolate Ian bloodline in Xiao Chen's body slowly faded. After wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips, Xiao Chen revealed a smile. I won the bet. Xiao Chen gambled that the moment Rakshasa Tian descended would be the moment he was at his weakest. If this saber strike did not kill Rakshasa Tian's clone, Xiao Chen, who faced it head-on in the next second, would be instantly killed. Fortunately, Xiao Chen won the bet. Go! Xiao Chen shouted, and a scarlet light spread out. The demon blood vulture soared into the air with Xiao Chen on its back. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen consumed several medicinal pills, primeval heavenly pills, underworld heart pills, and blood circulation pills. Then he closed his eyes and recuperated. Fortunately, the demon blood vulture did not come out from the start, conserving its strength. Carrying Xiao Chen, the demon blood vulture charged forward, carving out a bloody path in the sky. After recovering a little, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Then he suddenly saw Morong Yen below, cornered. His armor was shattered, and wounds covered his body. His eyes were listless, and he appeared fatigued. His body wobbled, but he gritted his teeth and held on. This fellow, without hesitation, Xiao Chen descended from the sky and turned into a flash of lightning, piercing through the many Rakshasa demons, riding ghostly beasts in the sky. Just as the Rakshasa demons approached, the lightning turned into a lightning dragon that pushed them back in all directions. The Rakshasa demons circled around Morong Yen, carrying him and turning into a lightning dragon storm that soared into the sky. After knocking away the Rakshasa demons in the sky, the storm scattered. Then Xiao Chen and Morong Yen landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Ha ha ha! To think that this great me is still alive. I, Morong Yen, am indeed very lucky. Morong Yen, who landed on the demon blood vulture's back, rejoiced endlessly. However, he did not say any words of thanks to Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen had seen this many times. It did not matter. He closed his eyes and took the opportunity to recover. Back then, when Situ Changfeng saved Xiao Chen several times, this fellow did not even say a word of thanks. This kind of person was stupid. He felt that saving him was the right thing to do, that there was nothing wrong with it. However, one day, if Xiao Chen got into trouble, he would definitely risk his life to save Xiao Chen. He didn't need to ask for a word of thanks. In his opinion, this was also something that should be done.